Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give a reading on anything. We do, beyond that, we do life path readings here. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do, sorry, it's hard to type and talk. We do angelic guidance, we do dream interpretation, we do past life. We also do love readings. The only things we don't read for here are pregnancy and medical. If you have information that you would like to share with me that is relevant to your reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you want to share, or if you've had a past life reading that you would like further insight on, you can send that information with the notes in the notes when you send the donation over. You can also, if you are a subscriber to our TikTok, hello, you can head over to our subscriber only Discord channel and post it in the areas that we have designated on those channels that you'll find there. Before we get started today, we're going to have a little bit of a recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. But first and foremost, let me know about how you are doing today. How are you feeling in this energy? It's a little bit weird. Welcome, Dwayne. Good to see you today. Hello there, Adam. Welcome. Be yourself. Thank you for those gifts. All right. An 8. An 8's good. An 8's good. We can take an 8. So, what have we been seeing energetically over the last few days? One of the things we want to talk about that I keep on describing this energy right now as like a bit of a cosmic yo-yo. Like that's kind of the best way I can describe it. Why am I describing it like a cosmic yo-yo? Because when we were going through the retrograde period, when we started, you'll remember this, when we went through the eclipse cycle, we started with Mercury and Venus and Aries. And then during that eclipse, what did we see happen? Whoop, moved right back into Pisces. And now what are they doing? They're moving right back into Aries. And it's a yo-yo. It's a cosmic yo-yo. It can feel, and the thing about it, I would not be surprised right now if you feel like you're navigating a lot of mood swings. I would not be surprised right now if you're going through those moments where you feel like totally copacetic about something, and then something from the past comes up and you're like, like like a little bit of that. It's giving a little bit of that flashback energy. It's giving a little bit of those like sudden bursts. And that's why you'll recall one of the things we talked about that was super important to try to do going through that eclipse cycle. It's not, you don't have to do like, you don't have to do crazy things every time there's an astrological event. Sometimes the astrological events are whack. Sometimes being able to just make sure to maintain an ability to sustain and even heal through a lot of energetic like difficulty, that's wonderful. Anything beyond that is extra credit. So I want to start there because I'm going to tell you right now, this recent eclipse cycle that we went through, it was like going through the tumble dry of a washing machine. It was feeling real beat up. It was feeling a lot of work, particularly in the realm of the personal aspect of the self, right? That combination force of the Mercury retrograde with the Venus retrograde on top of it. It's like a terrible sandwich that makes a lot of focus on the self and then taking everything really personally at the same time that things feel like they're falling apart or breaking down. But what do we recognize and identify about this? And there's something actually very beautiful that occurred, particularly with that Libra full moon energy, a pink moon. Pink moons often are indicative of work that we're doing, particularly in the realms of intimacy. What did we actually see? I was describing this almost like a cosmic K-turn at the same time, because as we saw Mercury and Venus pass back around Neptune as Neptune proceeded forward into Aries, right? Working through difficulty, finding that sense of perseverance, identifying one's own energetic anchor. What do we see occur right after the minute that that Libra full moon occurred? Mercury and Venus effectively waking up behind Neptune. So I would not be surprised at this time if you're going through a lot of those moments in terms of looking at the past through new eyes, seeing something that you might not have seen before. Now that's difficult, right? Because often when we go through those moments, a lot of regret can come through, a lot of anger, a lot of frustration. But this is why we're talking about this right now, because working on this meridian right now, working in this space, like this little wacky playground between Pisces and Aries, it's not about calibrating just upon how you feel, but being able, and this is a bit of the gift of that Libra full moon energy, working to find that energetic, sustainable force of balance within the self. And it's challenging, right? It's not about what you like. It's not about what you feel. It's about who you are. It's about who you aspire to be. So I want you to think about that right now as we're going through a lot of this energy, because I'm telling you right now, I would not be surprised, particularly with Mercury and Venus moving like right back into Aries, right? Like moving right back into Aries. Um, you know, I keep on seeing, and this is really important. Um, the difference between um, the difference between a mood swing and a change of heart is how long you carry it. And that's what I keep on seeing right now, particularly as it relates to a lot of this energy. And that same Cohen, or that same force, is what is amplifying a lot of the energy right now that's moving deeper into divine union, an energy that's moving out of separation into union. I'm going to talk about a bit about what we're seeing as it relates to the energy, depending on where they are in the frequency cycles. Now, and one of the things we need to talk about, because yesterday's reading was wild. If you didn't get a chance to see it, I would encourage you to head over to our Substack and take a look at it, because one of the things that you'll recognize in the podcast or in the video is when I went to go drop the center cards, 6 cards came out. And you know what we do here? They come out, we read them. 6 cards opened up right in the center of the spread. And that's very important because there were 2 cards for each frequency. So one of the things that we're seeing that's happening right now, and the way to kind of explain when I'm reading for these things, and this is why, again, I pay attention to the astrology. One of the things that we've noticed is often when we're going through those modalities of having alignment points, the lessons, they feel that they're synchronous. They're often synchronous. They're occurring at the same time, depending on where you are on the frequency cycles, but not so right now. There's a lot of asynchronous lessons that are occurring, which means a lot of this work that we're working through right now is having a different impact depending upon where you find yourself on the frequency cycle. Now, what were the 2 cards that we recognized and identified that came through for energy that's in separation? We effectively saw the Lover's card in its reversal in combination with our 4 of Cups in its reversal. And this is very important because one of the messages that was coming through yesterday is working in the space of understanding aversion, right? Because when we work to understand aversion in ourselves, we're able to recognize and identify either something that the higher self detests, something that is important to the higher self, something that we can express and articulate upon, something that we are able to find the reason why on, versus those moments that we feel aversion based on the ego that often require us to do a lot of digging in the self, right? Checking our heart space, because the ego doesn't like to explain things. It wants to avoid things it doesn't want to address. But that work, this is why for a lot of the energy right now coming out of separation into partnership, the observation of consistent, committed effort, what that feels like, what that looks like, the is the difference versus potentially experiences in the past where someone came towards you more based upon whim, right? More based upon inclination. We're effectively seeing that for a lot of the energy right now in separation, the ability to observe the difference is both what's allowing for new energetic relationships to start and new closures coming through as it relates to past partnership. But there's a lot of frustration there. There's a lot of there's working through a lot of frustration in those observational spaces, because sometimes, and we talk a lot about this here, closure does not come from remaining in a situation that's difficult. It comes from moving forward and being able to observe, and often it's hard to see what is missing because it's not there. And this is the energy that's effectively building into a partnership, and they're seeing what consistency looks like. And that's why Saturn is helping us right now, because Saturn is sidling up to Mercury and Venus and looking at Neptune and going, look, you see it, see it. Well, for masculine and feminine energy right now that is coming into divine union, this is, we saw yesterday that the cards that came through were the High Priestess in combination with the Four of Pentacles in its upright. And this is really beautiful, because the message I was hearing for a lot of the energy coming into divine union was beautiful and profound, because this is a lot of the energy that looks at the counterpart and says, I love you, but I don't love you because you complete me. I love you because you create stable ground. And what does that mean? When we find an ability to balance within our own self, when we find the ability to be energetically reliable, when we find that force of consistency in terms of how we experience things and how others find us, that consistency point becomes the anchor of a healthy energetic partnership. And that's why I hear a lot of those energies right now saying to one another, thank you. And the energy saying, for what? I'm not doing anything. And the energy is going, exactly. Because when we're in a healthy partnership, the reliability becomes the most beautiful gift. And this is why I see a lot of this energy moving into hermit energy right now. Because when we feel the stability of the security of building into a relationship with higher ground, with stable ground, it's interesting I said higher ground. That's noteworthy. When we build into the stability, it allows for a modality of feeling safe to move into hermit energy, the expansion and exploration of the self. So this is basically the energy coming into divine union, thanking each other for the gift of hermit energy. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, again, not based on gender, but what you feel most aligned to, deep within divine union, we had, and I got to tell you, you got to go look at the deck yesterday, because it was absolutely wild. Because again, one of the things that's also happening right now is I'm introducing, I'm like introducing a new deck to my old deck. So and I accidentally had a couple of the new deck cards that popped into the old deck. We actually had two Four of Pentacles yesterday in the read, and we had two Judgment cards. But we had for the energy deep within divine union, the Judgment card in combination with the Ace of Cups in its upright. And that's a lot of working on. And again, all of this work as it relates to aversion, for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, this is articulating upon, I see a lot of the energy deep within divine union already working through Gemini and Taurus lessons. So this is a lot of that work as it relates to consistency and small progressive effort, not being too hard on the self, right? And we see even there that for a lot of the energy, potentially wanting to heal something, but not wanting to force some kind of healing, right? This is often why I keep on getting the message this week of extending the olive branch, but not cutting down the tree, because there's a lot of that profound understanding that's happening right now for energy deep within divine union, that when we want to fix something, when we want to heal something, it is entirely conditional on another person's desire to do so. Because even if our intentions are best, if we try to force our intentions on another, even if they're well-meaning, the energy becomes toxic. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy as it relates to potentially readdressing difficult situations in the past, to try to give it a motivation act in terms of articulating the desired approach or desired direction that you hope something move towards. So there's a lot of patience, there's a lot of consideration in those spaces, but there's also a lot of courtesy, because again, there's a mindfulness that we see there. It almost feels like lace, right? The delicacy by which we approach something to see if something has changed. And this is also how we see that the counterparts are supporting each other in those moments, because much as it relates to the act of aversion that we spoke to, the ability of talking to counterpart and unpacking how one is addressing something or unpacking how one is feeling about it, This allows for its own sense of exterior egoic correction, because sometimes one of the beautiful gifts that we receive as it relates to healthy counterpart and communication is they can help us identify and recognize blind spots within the self that we ourselves cannot experience or address. This is often why we talk about the fact that healing happens collectively, because it gives us those additional abilities to see different perspectives on situations. That's where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch any of that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps. But let me know how you're doing today. Let me know how we're feeling. If you're in your feels, if you're feeling temperamental, I feel like everybody needs a greeting card. Like we are hanging around the borderlands between Pisces and Aries more like more than anyone can take. Like a yo-yo. How are you doing, TA? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. And welcome to those who are joining us across the other platforms. You can also get on the list today if you'd like to. All you have to do is send a donation via my tree that has links in it in my Lio. Hello there, C Taco. Thank you for sharing the live. Love your username. And Trina, thank you for joining us. Hi there, Mr. Invincible. And welcome, Haley. I hope you're doing well today, dear. Heather, it's heavy today for me and a lot of dreams this week. It's all this bouncing back and forth between Pisces and Aries, man. It's all this bouncing back and forth. Just when I was out, they pulled me back in. Dwayne, thank you as well. You're welcome. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Yes, shock value was crazy. Sending you so much support, B. And KSS, thank you for those gifts. Oh, that's really kind of you, Dwayne. Thank you. Riding the waves. I love that. That's a good way of working through this, right? Like that's a lot of that Libra full moon energy that we just kind of like need to keep it. We just need to keep embodying. And thank you for sharing the live, C Taco. I love your name. Thank you for the follow as well. Good to see you today, Creative. Hope you're having a beautiful day, little vamp. Thank you, Sun, for the follow. Bunny, you look lovely. Thank you so much. Also, I will point out in Grand Rising Creative, Haley, I'm so ready for this collective. Creative juices are flowing right now. I'm feeling so inspired. I told you it's Renaissance energy. You know, it's like emotional, but channeling the emotionality in creative ways is really important, right? Like finding a productive channel for it. And thank you for sharing the live. V, I'm feeling meh, definitely like a yo-yo. I feel like, listen, I think it's going to be more difficult, particularly, you know, I've been saying this for a while, those with like Aquarius and those with like Aries placements right now. No, not Aries. Aries, more with those with Pisces placements, because it's going to be triggering to abandonment wounds to have energy coming back in and out of your house. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, Aries is like, stay out. You know? Aries is the opposite. Aries might be having issues with intimacy wounds. Aries is probably having issues being like, get out of here. Like Pisces is going, where are you going? And Aries is going, get out of here. You know? Marisol, I crashed out yesterday and so sad today. I'm feeling like I messed up. But listen, Marisol, if you're feeling like that, I want to articulate accountability, right? Working in the space of accountability, taking ownership for how we feel, right? We've been talking a lot about this right now. It's not easy. The dreams are wild for me too, as well. I know. I'm going to say it again. I feel like you're either having the wildest, wackiest dreams right now, or you can't remember them at all. Because there's a lot there's like the best way I can describe it is there's a lot of beef going on in the dream space right now. It's going to ease up. It's going to ease up because Mars is no longer in Cancer, right? There's going to be like I feel like one of the hardest things that's going to happen right now is working with Mars in Cancer in Leo. Sorry, yeah, Mars in Leo is like you can't force apologies. You know what I mean? You can't force an apology. I'm already waiting for it. I'm already waiting for it. I can already see where some of this energy is going right now. And Jojo, good afternoon, dear. Rachel, thank you for those gifts. Autumn, same here. Thank you. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. We're talking a lot about in the Discord too. Mother, it's been radical forgiveness of past versions of myself. We like that, snaps, and others as this stuff's been coming up. I love listen, Mars, like exactly what I'm saying. Mars and Leo, radical forgiveness. I live for that. I'm gonna pin that right now. You hit the nail right on the head, dead center right now. Thank you. Rachel, thank you for those gifts. Oh gosh. Oh no, Aquarius, Aries, Capricorn. It's also, I think it's going to be hard for those with Taurus placements too. Once all the energy starts moving back into Aries, because when there's too when there's too many planets in Aries, Taurus just see red flags everywhere. Okay, like Aries, it's going to be a lot of working on your lessons. It's going to be a lot of like, don't try me. It's going to be a lot. Hi there, Lightwork. I hope you're doing well today. Aries rising, yeah, I can confirm. Get out of here. No, I'm telling you right now, Aries are working through wounds of intimacy. Like, get away from me. And Pisces are working through come back. Yes, I've been shutting the door to intimacy. Yeah, and when aren't you? You're no. Listen, B, you can't. Yeah. Oh, you're telling me you're an Aries and you shut the door to intimacy? That's not strength. That's not strength. I know. I'm going to trigger you right now. You got to open the door to intimacy. Right? I know Aries isn't going to like me saying that right now. I know. I know. I get to say it. I'm an Aries rising too. I'm singing to the choir here. Hi there, PS. Hi there, Park. The weirdest dreams. And just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list for a dream reading, we do dream interpretations here. If you want to send your dream, I know it's hard to put in the comments. Put it along with the donation. Same if you're doing a past life reading. If you've had a past life download or a past life regression that you'd like me to give you further clarity on, anything you want to share with me that you think is relevant to your readings, just pop it in the comments when you send the donation via the source, or go ahead and stick it in our Substack if you're a subscriber. We've got channels for that. Sparky, thank you for the follow. Christina, I haven't remembered my dreams for so long. I do a lot of work with my clients too in that space as it relates to purchasing dream packages. I always point out, even if you don't remember your dreams, you can purchase a dream reading package, because one of the things we do is we work to understand the landscape of your dreams. We also work to understand why you might be having a hard time remembering them. Thanks, Ella, on the compliment of my hair. Hi there, Unique. I've been setting boundaries in my dreams. I live for that. I love that. I want to hear more about that. If you ever want to get a reading on that, go ahead and drop the read. Like, go ahead and I would be very eager to do a reading on that, because that's really beautiful. And again, I told you there's a lot of beef coming up in dreams right now, so I'm not surprised if you're having to like lay down those boundaries. I do think the dream space is going to get a little bit easier now that Mars is no longer in Cancer. North Node Taurus. North Node Taurus is all about consistency. It's all about consistency and perseverance, right? So, I like the thing I always like to say, like for me, I think it's interesting for me because when I look at nodes, I see them as the standards that we hold for ourselves. So you'd look at Taurus as like the high bar, right? So trying to stay energetically consistent on things, trying not to do things more on whim, but trying to like build practice, build routine. That could be something that you strive for. And thank you, C Taco, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hey there, Cappy. How are you doing today? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. That's really it's incredibly beautiful. They're just a beautiful way of describing that. Coming for B. I love that, B. I'm not coming for B. I'm coming for myself. I am also an Aries rising. I'm allowed to say that. Okay. Okay. Oh, we're good. Okay, good. Aries rising high five. Okay. I'm just gonna call you out. I'm doing the work too. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Kathy. And first, be blessed. Thank you for the follow, dear. Ella, my Pisces rising, helping my Aries through this. Oh yeah, they're like they're dragging. Those are like the two comrades right now, like dragging each other across the lines. They're like nobody gets left behind. No, that's what that's going to feel like right now. It's going to be like Aries is like it's like carrying like the wounded Pisces across the finish line. Oh my God. Oh, thank you for the compliment on my hair, guys. I was trying something new. Crystal, thank you for those hearts. And thank you again. You're welcome, Ella. Hi there, V. Cappy, my dream was on catching frogs as a kid. Don't know what that means, but I liked it. I'd be happy to read for the dream. You guys know if you ever want to do a dream interpretation, just going to get on the list for it. Also, first person on the list for today will always have an additional card in their reading. I'm getting a lot of frog stuff today. It's like a frog day. Pisces rising, Aries moon. You're feeling it too. You're probably feeling it too. But you're probably feeling incredibly sentimental right now. You're probably going through like everything's fleeting all the time. Like that's how this is. Like it's because Neptune's moving. It's like when Neptune crosses things, we all start crying. It's navigating the realm of the sentiment. I would not be surprised if people are getting rid of things that they used to hold on to, saying, "I don't know why I ever kept this." Like a lot of, or "I can't believe I lost this." Like it's a lot of that kind of stuff. Hi there, Ella. And it's also a lot of what was I thinking, and that's why I keep on telling you guys right now that you have got like Mother put it really beautiful, radical forgiveness, particularly in the realms of the self. If you're feeling a lot of regret, I got some great news for you. Welcome to the present. That's why the present is a gift, right? If you're feeling regret, I've got great news for you. The present's a gift where you can fix anything, you know? Oh, thank you for the compliment, Autumn. Frogs are your animal. I love that. I just heard this wild thing about frogs today. I don't know if it's true. So don't be doing this, but I heard that in the past when they didn't have refrigeration, they used to stick frogs in milk. I got to look that up. That's weird and wacky. Also, what? Haley, because it would keep the milk from going bad. Again, this is do not this is like for entertainment purposes only. This is something I heard. Okay, do not go. Don't do that. I'm just telling you what I heard. Haley, I have had such a strong relationship with dreaming since I had my first seizure in September. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm sending you support on your healing journey there, but it's incredible that that unlocked that. Wow. Always happy to read for dreams too. You see, I get frustrated. I have a very fickle relationship with the dream space because I've got too much fire in my chart, right? It's like I always like to point out. I feel like it makes everything burn up on arrival. It's like come back, nah, nuts. Aries sun, how you doing there, Les? Jojo Taurus with the Libra rising. You when you make your mind up, you never change it. You never change it. But you think about it a lot. But that's why you're like you'll talk it out. You know. You're like what about this stuff missing? Oh, it's potentially like I feel like there's a lot of like uncovering energy around this right now. So I would not be surprised if you're finding things that have been lost, right? Being like, oh, where did that come from? Like it's a lot of that right now because like I keep on seeing like it's Pisces. It's because okay, Neptune and Venus were behind Mercury and Venus were behind Neptune. So seeing the past in a different way, potentially finding something there, right? Mr. Day, thank you for confirmation, Ella. Mr. David, your subscription is ending soon. If you would like to renew, isn't that weird? Isn't it? I mean, who decide who figures this stuff out? I mean, I just heard this. Don't be doing this. Okay, this is what I'm hearing. And Addie, thank you for those hearts, dear. I'm an Aries sun, Cap rising, Sag moon. I love that combination. Your poor Cap rising. Your poor Cap rising is like going, I can't take you guys anywhere. Your Cap rising is probably constantly mortified by your Aries sun and your Sag moon. Oh, wow. Really, Haley? They couldn't figure out the source. Wow. Well, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, and I'm glad to hear that you're improving. Maybe it was a blockage that got removed. Maybe that's why they can't find a source. Maybe there was a blockage there. It's interesting. Hi there, Christine. Funny, frogs are being mentioned the same, just floating along with the current. No swimming upstream. I know. Wow, wow, Jess. The internal arguments. I know there's a lot of it. I feel like I would not be surprised if you're going through a lot of internal arguments right now. Um, if you'd like a reading, Jess, absolutely. The list is open right now. You'll be the first person right for. I will also stress the list is going to be very short today. Okay, so if you'd like to get on the list, I would encourage you to do so sooner rather than later to secure a spot. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on in private readings. And we do here spirit, we do highest priority messages from spirit, we do angelic guidance readings, we do mediumship readings, we do dream interpretation readings, we do pet readings, we do spirit animal readings. And if you have information that's relevant to the reading that you would like to share with me before we begin, you can send it via the payment source in the notes, or if you are a subscriber to our Discord, you can post it in the channels that are dedicated to that there. How do you find out about your moon sign? So typically, either you have 2 different options. You can go to an astrologer to have your full chart pulled, and they can give you all the information about your transits, or there are some online places that you can put your information to find out what they are. Now, in order to find your moon sign, you need the location you were born, you need the time you were born, and you need the place, the location, the date, and the time. And those 3 coordinates will give you your full sign work. Jess, thank you for the follow. And if you need recommendations for good astrologers, I have many. Thanks for the follow, Jess. It was a single grand mal seizure in my sleep, and they said sometimes it just happens once. That's wild. If you were sleeping, how did you know it was occurring? Thank you for the compliment, Loons. Jules, what's up? Just curious, why not pregnancy or health? Absolutely happy to answer that. Because they're extremely, extremely sensitive subjects, and they're extremely personal subjects, and they can be very triggering subjects. And I don't feel comfortable having what could be a very emotionally intense conversation in a public space. I think it's not. I don't feel comfortable doing it. So, because there's too many triggers that can come up. I hope that helps. Spar, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, on holding you in light. I hope everything comes up okay. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the live, by the way. You're welcome, Jojo. Hi there, Jules. My partner woke up to me having it, and I woke up, wow. I'm very glad that they were there, and I'm very glad you're okay. Thank you, Jules, for confirmation. My friends, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective Read in the next few minutes. A couple of updates before we get started. First and foremost, thank you to everybody who attended our class last night on the Hanged Man. It was such a good class, and you guys asked such good questions, and we even stuck around afterwards, and I was really appreciative because we looked at some spreads and talked about and saw you guys applying some of the spreads that the new spread that I offered you. If you are a subscriber and missed the class, never fear. It is actually now live. The recording is available for paid subscribers to my Substack. Our next tarot class is going to be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot. I am so excited. We're going to be doing the death card. Boom, boom, boom. It's not that bad. It's really good. It'll be perfectly fine. We are going to talk about the history of the card, the symbology of the card. I'm going to work you guys through spread applications, how you can read it in any direction. I'm also going to be offering you a unique spread to help you channel the messages of the death card into your readings. And all you need to do, if you want to participate and become a part of our class program, is go wander on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber there. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. And even if you can't attend the live one, if the time doesn't work for you, it's fine, because you see, we post the video right afterwards. So also, if you become a monthly subscriber to my Substack, you will also not only have access to the next class, but you'll also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library. Now, it's not necessary for you to catch up, but if you want to join the class program, this is the absolute best time to join, because you got 9 hours of classes and you've got a month to catch up. That's about 2 classes per week between now and the next class, if you'd like to bone up before the class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything that we're studying or have studied. And if you choose to become a founding member to my Substack, not only are you going to get a full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library, which is over 13 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library, you'll also have a discount on the full year's worth of classes. You'll also have the option of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust tarot experience prevent you from joining our class program. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any giveaway information or any new offerings that I'm posting. And speaking of offerings, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very, very, very limited number of mentees on, because each class is focused on each individual's personal spiritual practice and journey work. Also, you can purchase those on an individual level or as a series, monthly series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I am very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey on a budget. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. Now, if you are going to purchase the series, first of all, you don't have to remember all of your dreams. If you don't remember your dreams, you can still purchase the package. We talk about and figure out ways to help you remember your dreams better. But I want you to make sure that you start keeping a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you across the dream landscape. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Also, just a reminder, we are doing 2 giveaways today. The first giveaway we're doing is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing right now is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck in winning that as well. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You'll also be the first person on the list. The first person on the list will always have an additional card in their reading. Now's a great time to get on. Also, I will stress this, the list is going to be very short today. So if you want to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later to secure your spot on the list. Dada, so good to see you, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for sharing the live. Thank you as well, Jacob. You're so welcome, Jojo. Thank you for those hearts, Jules. Thank you. I'm glad that makes sense. And Naomi, thank you for the gifts as well. Hi there. Hello there, Sharon. How are you doing today? Oh yeah, I want to join the classes when I can. Whenever you're ready, Ella, they're there. No, absolutely no pressure. Lol, my rising sign card. I love it, Jules. Holy moly. Coworker suggested I take his van to drive my roommate to his doctor appointment. Wow. Well, that's kind of, that seems like a nice thing, right? And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. I hope you're well, dear. Megan, thank you for the follow. Yes, the founding membership is at an annual cost, creative. Thank you for asking that. And David, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I can do so. The mentorship, it's interesting that you said medium mentorship. So, Jules, often those who take my mentorship are also those who work in spiritual spaces. So, for instance, if you're doing something where you're trying to work on improving your mediumship abilities, that is something that we can focus upon in the mentor class. One of the things I do is we do a lot of conversation to understand like what it is that you want to focus those mentorships on. Christine, thank you for sharing your gift for the collective daily. I love checking in with the energy. You're so welcome, dear. And thank you for stopping by and thank you for being a part of the collective. Mother, thank you for sharing the live. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Frida. And hi there, Bridget. Good to see you. Tarot class was amazing. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it. And thank you for being a part of it. I was just talking about how great it was. And Luna, thank you for the follow. Jacob, thank you for sharing the live. Jules, I am a medium, so it's just so random. I need help fine tuning it. As I said, one of the things I often do with those who I do, a lot of the mentees I take are those who actually are spiritual workers or those who are working to get into a better connection with their own higher self and their own guides. So I can help in that vector as well, helping to kind of understand and recognize, like, working through the processes or the blockages to help you effectively do what you're trying to do in a better way. So if you're ever interested in having that, you can find those over on my site. And thank you, Laura, for the follow. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. As I mentioned as well, if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. The list will be short today. So if you'd like to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later. First person on the list will always have an additional card in their reading that is available for grabs right now. We're also doing 2 different giveaways right now. The first giveaway we're doing is we'll be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. My friends, we are already at 11.5K. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time, and then I'll get to do that drawing for you guys, which I love doing. It's a lot of fun. Also, when you tap on the screen, it pushes this reading out to those who might not have been able to experience or see it before. So I thank you in advance for that as well. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Also, if you have information that is relevant to the reading that you want to share with me, you can send it in the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber to our Discord channel. If you're a subscriber here, you have access to our Discord channel. You can post the relevant information in the channels dedicated for that on the Discord, and I will refer to it when we have your reading. We do dream interpretation readings here. We do past life readings. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do angelic guidance. We do love readings. The only things we don't read for here are pregnancy and medical. And thank you so much, Evie, for the follow. Thank you for the compliment, Evie. That's really sweet of you to say. On Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. You're welcome. Good to see you, Jacob. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Jules, yes, I do. Energy healing. Awesome. Thank you. You're so welcome. And thank you for the work that you also give back to the collective. Creative, what if you're unsure what your gifts are? Would that be a mentorship class help? Absolutely. That's also something that we can channel or work through in mentorship classes. Mentorship classes are effectively anything that you approach me with that you need and recognize and identify that you want to do work with, particularly in the spiritual space. So that could be being able to read better at tarot. That could be working on building a healthier channel with your guides. That could be overcoming a blockage in relationality to why you can't remember your dreams, or working through basically anything that you feel like you need a bit of assistance on, right? I like to think about the idea that the life path, readings are things you want information on. Mentorships are things you need assistance with, if that helps. All right. To get a reading, Jay, all you do is send the donation payment via my tree that has links in it in my bio, and you'll be able to be added to the list for a reading. We're going to get started on personal readings as soon as we complete the Daily Collective, which we're about to start momentarily. For anyone who wants to get on the list right now, 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. That said, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Bella, thank you so much for sharing the live. That said, I've been doing cards for 5 decades, but nothing like having someone else read mine. Well, I always point this out, and I talk a lot about this too in my classes and also to my mentees, Evie. There's the 2 hardest people you will ever read for are 1, people who are closely associated with you, because your life paths are too intermingled. It's too hard to separate what you know from what you're trying to read for. And the second is the self, right? Because the ego wants to see what the ego wants to see. It's very hard. It's very hard getting over the ego that's like, is that a good thing? So I always tell, don't be hard on yourself if you're like, I have a hard time reading for you. I go to other readers as well. You know, it's the hardest thing. I think it's really hard for students, because I feel like a lot of students are like, oh, I don't want to read for anybody. I want to read for myself. I'm like, you're literally saying that you're gonna try to do the hardest thing. You're choosing to do the hardest thing to help learn. All right. And Brenna, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Mr. David, thank you for becoming a subscriber, dear. Welcome. Wow, I don't think I ever noticed your shoulder tattoo. It's so beautiful. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Cheers. I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. 2 birds, thank you for sharing the live. Ego, I'm a Leo. I mean, here's the thing. Might be a little bit easier for Leos, right? Like, a lot of Leos are like, this is my buddy. This is my main man. This is my friend, my ego, Thank you. My ego gets in the way. I didn't even realize that. Oh, it's impossible. Like, it's so hard because your ego is like, the ego wants to see what the ego wants to see. The ego is like, that looks like the tower drops. That looks like, is that a good thing? Like, that's what the ego's going. And thank you for subscribing. You're welcome. Why surrender is so very important. Exactly, right? It's working in the context of not insisting on things. We've been talking a lot about that in our readings right now, Evie. All during that Mars retrograde cycle, like every single lesson coming through, surrender, surrender, surrender. But remembering that surrender does not mean giving up, right? Surrender means letting go of the things that we insist upon. The ego wants what it wants. I know. But we talk a lot about that here. We do a lot of work in checking ego. It's Evie, like a Chevy. I love that. I will not forget that. That's a great little way to help me remember too. Thank you for correcting me. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please by all means correct me. And if you have to do it twice, that's okay too. That said, my friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's read. Just a reminder, we will be doing a contest between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective Read, a free reading for the highest gifter. So I wish you a lot of luck if you'd like to participate in that as well. Hi there, Simone. How are you doing today? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Okay? All right. That said, we're about to get started. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Also, the list is very short for today. Brenna, congratulations. Thank you for getting on the list. You will have an additional card in your reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the second person read for. And if you have relevant information that you would like to share with me for the reading itself, please put it in the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber to our Discord, to our clock app, you can put it in the designated channels on our Discord. The list is going to be very short today, so if you'd like to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later. That said, no better time than the present. And thank you to whoever just subscribed to my Substack. Welcome to the collective. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, April 17th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? We have here our sun card. Yep, this is it. Sun card with the Ace of Wands in its upright. Did you hear the news? Mars has moved into Leo. We love this for Mars. You know why? Because Mars hates being in Cancer. Mars does not do well in Cancer. It's too wet. Messes with your armor. It's a big, big, big issue. Can't handle it. Mars likes being in Leo though, right? Because it's talking about, it's working through what the like, and speaking about it, it's actually interesting because right before we started the podcast, we were talking a bit about the space of the ego and the fact that the ego wants what the ego wants, but the heart wants what the heart wants. And the thing about it that's really beautiful, and I think that this is a lot of the work that we've been seeing right now, is when we identify and recognize what it is that and this is really, this was coming through right before we started this when I was giving the recap. um, there's a lot of work that is happening right now in the space of navigating the difference between how do I describe this, uh, aversion and an intimacy wound. Now this is some complicated stuff that we're working through right now because I keep on hearing it's working into the context of identifying the difference between longing and love, right? We often misambiguate and try to say we sometimes feel longing and we confuse it for love. Love and longing are completely different things. Why? Because love is nourishing. Love is fulfilling. Longing is painful. Longing is hungry, right? And I keep on, and one of the things that's happening right now, and this is, and basically, I get what's happening, especially with all of the contemplation in relationality to some of the lessons that we were identifying as it relates to recognizing aversion, right? And if you missed yesterday's reading, you can go back and find it over on the place where we keep the videos, the place where we keep the photos. Also, you can find it as a podcast. But a lot of the conversations that we were talking about yesterday, and there was a huge matrices that opened up right in the center of yesterday's spread. It was pretty incredible if you were here to see it. Is identifying and recognizing that, and we talk a lot about this here. Moving towards healthy manifestation does not require one to force something to feel like it feels like to feel different than it feels, right? And we often, like, we are all guilty of this. We've all had those moments. This is what we talk about in the pathwork of understanding the self. And this is why we talk about the necessary aspect of growth being and working on letting go of the things that we insist upon, because often the things that block our manifestations are when we insist upon where a manifestation is coming through on, because the energy, the universe, the universe just works. The universe just works on energy, right? And when we're in alignment with manifestation and remembering that the difference between a wish and a manifestation goal is simply getting up and walking in the direction of the manifestation goal, right? Wishing is a space of waiting. Manifesting is the space of activation. So everything I keep on seeing here, there's a lot of that recognition that's happening across all of the frequencies as it relates to the difference between active change, right? Working on doing something, and it's clumsy. It is clumsy energy right now. I see a lot of these partnerships that are coming together. It is like tripping and falling and stumbling over each other. But the tripping and falling and stumbling over each other, when someone is being courteous, when someone's going out of their way, where someone is trying to learn, right? And I keep on getting it's fledgling energy, right? the confusion that one reaches as one is learning and building into a practice or building into understanding another person, right? It's that falling over yourself to be energetically courteous that is often identified, like that often seems clumsy, but it's often I keep on hearing it's endearing energy, right? It's endearing energy because when we see that someone is being energetically awkward or stumbling over themselves to try to come into a space of correctiveness, it becomes endearing, right? And what happens in the moment that energy and separation sees someone being endearing to them? It immediately starts to heal whatever that relationship was where someone was more ambivalent. It immediately starts to heal those energetic spaces that we felt like we were dwelling in a space of neglect, right? And I keep on hearing there's a lot of energy right now that's in the space of understanding and seeing the endearment of another, and they're developing the energetic ick to whatever it was before that they were confusing for love, but it was actually longing, right? Because that space, right? That space of surrender. Remember, we talked about this. Surrendering doesn't mean surrendering to the situation. Surrendering doesn't mean inhabiting the space of trying to make something other than it is. But often it is misconfused for that. Surrender is identifying and not insisting on something being something that it is not. And that is painful. That stinks. It hurts, right? It hurts when we have our heart set on things. But this is why we talk about the ability to move towards a manifestation goal isn't exactly calibrated by one's own ability to navigate through pain. Because when we surrender, right? When we surrender to the pain of accepting that something is not the manifestation goal, it allows us the clarity to be able to move in accordance of what feels right, right? That's hard work, right? This is what we talk about working through the space of the ego. Because again, the ego wants what the ego wants. But sometimes the ego wants things that are not there, right? When we're working in balance, we don't build upon our manifestation goals in relationality to what we desire. We don't try to put our manifestation goals on things. We hold on to the manifestation goal and we say to the universe, help me see it. Help me feel it. Surprise me, right? Because in that moment, we're actively working in collaboration with the universe, and it allows us to have those moments of profound understanding. It's a collaborative effort. Now, everything I keep on seeing, that word collaborative effort is really important right now because there's a lot of new energetic connections, like welcome to this Mars, and this is these are the chariot energies moving deeper into divine union right now, right? These are the energies that are saying, what is the start of something beautiful look like? The start of something beautiful is often profoundly clumsy. The start of something beautiful, it usually looks like an absolute mess because it's training wheels, right? And the way you can tell something isn't practiced, right? Something that feels like it's energetically authentic. It allows that space of being able to be your most profound, clumsy sense of self. And this is why I keep on seeing, even now, there's energy coming into divine union, articulating on frustration. And in the moment that they articulate upon frustration, but instead of someone walking away from that frustration, but adapting, accommodating, making adjustments, this is the energy that sees the difference between a relationship that's built off of perseverance. What is a relationship if not the exquisite insistence towards a standard that we hold towards one another that automatically heals them from any situations that felt more like they were yo-yos? Someone coming towards them when the mood strikes or when the wind, like the wind, right? Like you're waiting, like, and that's a problem when you're in an unhealthy relationship that's built on inspiration. It's like waiting for the wind, right? Waiting for someone to feel inclined, right? And a healthy relationship is not based on inclinations. It's based on aspirations and expectations. So that's why I keep on seeing there's a lot like this is some like heavy stuff we're moving into right now because I just keep on seeing like some of these partnerships that are coming together right now. it's healing intimacy wounds, and it's giving me like campfire energy, something that's growing, something that's building into the space of understanding the heart that feels safe in the embrace that is sustaining. While for masculine and feminine energy right now coming into divine union, can I please get one card? Maybe one card today, maybe not six, but I leave it up to you. Can I get one card, please? There we go. We've got that judgment card coming through again. Man, judgment card was all over our reading yesterday. Absolutely all over our reading yesterday. I will point out there was something very funny that happened yesterday, and I'll just bring it up because you may notice that this deck is getting a little long in the tooth. So I've been starting to read with another card and my new deck, and a couple of the other deck's cards somehow, I don't know how it happened, slipped into the old deck. So in yesterday's reading, which you can find over on our Substack, we actually had two judgment cards pop up and two four of pentacles in the same reading. So I'm not surprised to see the judgment card again, because I keep on seeing there's a lot of this, like there's a lot of this work as it relates to building upon feeling the strength and stability and security as it relates to one's own sense of energetic judgment, right? And what's beautiful about this, I think the reason that we're seeing so many of these, so much of this judgment energy right now is because we've got Jupiter and Gemini, right? And the thing about Jupiter and Gemini is it's helping us recognize the similarities and differences of things, right? It's a lot. It's like I keep on getting. It's like perfect pitch, right? And again, and this is why I'm also seeing that there's a lot of Renaissance energy right now, because finding a way, finding the words, finding the language to describe something. This was all of that frustration point that we were experiencing during the Mars retrograde cycle, right? This is saying to me that um, for a lot of the energy right now, recognizing the difference, I keep on seeing recognizing the difference between a want and a need. Why is that important? That's all that Gemini and Jupiter, because when we want to move towards our manifestation goals, we recognize, and that's how what the universe often helps us with, to recognize and identify something that we need, something that nourishes us, something that sustains us, often requires us to work through what we want, right? We see this with children all the time, right? What does a good parent do? children want things all the time, and we work to energetically regulate that. We work to say to a child, I know you desire that, but that's not good for you. Okay, like that's not good for you. Right? You can't just have that all the time. The universe does that too, right? And that's why we talk about the ability to work through recognizing what we insist upon, right? Because when we hold on to the things that we want, we sometimes have a hard time moving towards the things that we need. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of energy right now, and this is really important, because for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, this could be a lot of the ability of looking back at the past self and saying, like, that energy did not recognize or identify the direction that they were moving towards, right? Because often I keep on hearing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, these are the warrior partnerships, and they're moving into hermit energy. Why is the energy moving into hermit energy? Because they're building into the ability to identify and recognize that healthy relationship creates solid ground. And the ultimate gift of a relationship, when we build a relationship where we have the stability of the self, that then we move with the counterpart, it frees our hands up. It gives us the ability to focus on other things. That is the most profound of gifts, because it's that stability that becomes the ground from which one can build. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, this isn't the energy that is saying you're the sunshine of my life. They're saying you're the ground beneath my feet. Right? And because you're the ground between my feet, I can reach for the sunlight. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, deep within divine union, this is all that delicacy that I'm seeing. This is all that delicacy, particularly and especially with the world card in combination with our four of wands and it's upright, right? There's something really important that we're recognizing and identifying in relationality to the energy deep within divine union right now that has to do, I keep on seeing, with recognizing and identifying and building upon pathwork that allows for its own sense. I keep on hearing progress. Progress is incremental, but progress is progress. And when we're able to progress things in ways that allow for that sense of easement, I just keep on seeing that this is the energy that is working in the space of honoring how far they have come or honoring how far they have to go. So I see a lot of that work right now as it relates to planning and as it relates to energetic celebration. Everything I keep on seeing there to a certain extent, it feels like, I keep on saying, it feels like a relief point, because the relief point that's being reached has to do, it's, I keep on saying, the security and stability of saying to oneself and feeling that one has done everything that one can do, right? And I like this because, again, this is the articulating the fact that the deep within divine union, moving towards things isn't a static state, right? It's always asking yourself, it's always questioning if there's something that you could be doing better or if there's something that you could be doing in a different way. So I see a lot of that work, particularly in the realms of brainstorming or reaffirming, continuing to get clarification between our sun card in combination with our ace of swords in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our King of Pentacles in its reversal. So this is going to have a different impact right now, depending on whether you're aligned to masculine or feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Now, for a lot of the masculine energy right now, um, there's something really, beautiful and profound that I see is occurring, particularly in the realm of hard feelings. Why do we see something's happening here in the realm of hard feelings? Because one of the things we talk about is the fact that having hard feelings is effectively something that we just wound ourselves with, right? When you have hard feelings, on something, it's like wearing a hair shirt. It's like carrying a blade in your pocket that you're just poking yourself with again and again and again, right? It doesn't, it makes us more energetically bitter, right? And so I see that one of the things that, and I keep on seeing that one of the things that masculine energy is working through to a certain extent is recognizing and navigating the space of helping. I keep on hearing like working into the adaptability point as it relates to the perception of others, right? And we talk a lot about this here too, because one of the things that we identify and recognize, the gift that occurs when we're doing work on healing, especially egoic wounds, is we start to be able to see others' perceptions. We are able to see others' point of view. And so there's something really beautiful that I see that's happening right now for a lot of the masculine energy as it relates to healing egoic wounds that are allowing one to see others' point of view. And that's how we kind of cultivate, or that's how we're able to build into the pathwork of understanding. And so there's something really important I'm seeing right now for masculine energy on the healing journey as it relates to empathy, but not, and I keep on hearing, not like almost, and again, it has also to do with courtesy, the ability to like step back from something that is often the point of strength, right? The ability to give energetic credit to things is almost what I'm seeing here for a lot of the masculine energy, because there's something about that feels, um, it feels like a point of catharsis. Now, for feminine energy, can I get clarification between our Ace of Swords in combination with our Judgment card and its upright? Yeah, this is more, I feel like this is a little bit, this is very different. You'll remember. And this is the thing that we were seeing. These are asynchronous lessons that we are working through right now. And the difficulty with an asynchronous lesson is that it's having a different, it's working through the same things. But for feminine, this is different. This is not stepping back. This is stepping forward, right? This is stepping forward. This is finding one's footing, right? This is feeling the confidence. Now, this is really important right now because do you see these two energies right now coming out of separation? This is this is working through the trust wounds of past relationship, right? This is the masculine that is doing that work as it relates to being able to recognize and identify, finding finding the words to articulate what it is that they aspire to build with feminine, right? Because when masculine energy is able to build into the point of confidence, right, being able to articulate upon what it is that they desire, then it creates, and again, it creates that optics of understanding. It creates that adaptability point. But even more so than this, one of the things that we're seeing that is so valuable and important is related to the fact that for masculine energy doing this work, this feels this feels like building blocks. This feels like being able to identify and recognize and articulate upon what it is that they want to create with feminine. Now, for feminine, this is a lot of the feminine finding the confidence to give voice to their own desires. This is one of the hardest hurdles, right? Why is it so hard for us to tell each other what we hope with each other? Fear of rejection. Why do we heal our fear of rejection? We remember rejection is an illusion, right? If someone does not desire the things that we desire, then it is a gift if they reject us in the articulation of us expressing it. Because again, when we're trying to build into a manifestation, we don't slide into a manifestation, right? We don't slide into a manifestation. We walk towards it openly. We walk towards it with our, like, again, welcome to Mars and Leo. We walk towards it and we articulate it with our heads up, right? And so everything I keep on seeing here for a lot of this energy, it feels refreshing. I can see this energy saying, I appreciate you because I can talk to you. And also I can complain to you. I can articulate something that's bothering me. And when we don't take it personally, right? Where we don't take someone articulating something personally, then it allows for the ground by which we can create together. And so I keep on seeing that there's a very important disambiguation point that's happening right now between the difference between someone that is working on perfection, right? And releasing and erasing the perfection narrative. Because again, it's very convenient when someone articulates the reason that they're not moving forward is because something's not perfect, but without giving voice as to what would make it perfect, versus the energy that has that ability to talk about things, the ability to push something forward, the ability to hash it out, if you will. The word hash has been coming through a lot. Hashing it out is how we build things. So that's the difference between looking and recognizing the energy that moves more from a place of inclination, right? Aversion, mm, like a lot of that, versus energy that says, like, this is like, let's hash it out. Let's work through this. Let's see what we can do to make something energetically better. While for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union, one card to clarify. Can I please have one card to clarify between our judgment card and the world card? We've got here, there's that Knight of Swords in its reversal. Now, one of the things that we're seeing right now with the Knight of Swords in its reversal, and I need to point out this card was coming out like hotcakes when we were going through that eclipse cycle. So one of the things that we're seeing right now is like there's something going on. Like, I'm telling you, The mood swings right now are real. If you're feeling super moody, I would just like to take this time to direct your attention to the fact that we have a ridiculous amount of planets chilling out at the meridian between Pisces and Aries. And if that wasn't enough, we had a Mercury retrograde and a Venus retrograde that made the energy was up in Aries and then went back down to Pisces and now it's going back into Aries. So it's like it's like the mood swings are real. But that's why we talk about a lot of the work that we're experiencing right now has to do with building into the context of self regulation, right? Because when we are feeling volatility and we find the ability to point into that place of consistency within ourselves, that is the stability point that others feel is the ground beneath their feet. And when we find stability in ourselves, it creates security for others to want to build with us or others to want to create with us. So everything I keep on seeing here has to do, and this is important, adaptability, accommodating, right? And there's clumsy energy here, but this is the energy that recognizes that that same sense of clumsiness that is identified as it relates to trying, working on a space of improvement. This is why I keep on hearing that it's Aries energy, because the thing about Aries, and I love this about Aries energy, is Aries are often misrepresented as lacking patience. Aries don't lack patience unless there's a lack of potential. I'm telling you right now, go to any Aries you know, right? And Aries does not lack patience. They lack patience when they don't see potential. If they see potential, Aries become the most patient person you've ever met. If Aries feel like they're unlocking another's potential, you've got you will see an Aries switch on a dime. They'll turn back around, they'll sit down and say, do that one more time. Like, do that one more time. Because it's not about, and this is where we're going to start getting, this is what we're going to start getting with a lot of this Aries energy coming back into play, right? Patience, the respirating breath, right? We talk about this. What is the sacred breath of divinity? What is the sacred breath of divine union? It is patience that becomes infinite when it meets progress, right? This is what we give to one another. And that's why there's always that adaptability point, because we never lose patience with one another so long as we are always identifying that pathwork of progress. And this is the bond that we make to one another when we build into partnership, which is that adaptability point that says, your patience will always be rewarded by my progress. Your patience will always be rewarded by my progress. That is the bond that the divine union holds. And this is why the energy says, when they receive that, when the patience finds progress, suddenly that is the ground from which they can build, right? Because when you have this stability of knowing that one's patience is always met with progress, you don't need to concentrate on things so much. It frees your mind up to focus on other things. And this is why we see that a lot of the energy right now moving into divine union is saying to one another, there's all of this energy because they're saying to one another, you are the ground beneath my feet. You are the stability that you create within yourself is the greatest gift that you give me. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, this is a lot of the energy working through, I keep on saying, working through the context of energetic, I keep on saying, working through the context as it relates to, like, working on, I keep on saying, trying, like, working on healing things, but more so than just working on healing things and also understanding, like, the work of the self in the process of that. Because everything I keep on saying for a lot of the energy deep within divine union has to do with the adaptability point in relationality to what one has to work on inside versus what one has to work on outside. And I keep on seeing that when we have those moments or when we have those spaces, right? It's not like I told you, there's no projecting. There's none of that. Like when you move deep within divine union, like blame becomes useless because blame doesn't fix anything. Because often when we're coming to the space of blame, what we're really saying is I don't want to change anything. So that's why I keep on seeing that those same conversations are happening, particularly as it relates, I keep on saying, to the difference between stubbornness and exquisite insistence, right? Something that we hold on to because we can articulate upon why it's so important to us, versus those things that we hold on to, but we can't explain why, which are usually indicative of something that we have to work on within the self. Because often, if we are holding on to something and we can't explain why it's so important, it's usually a good sign that it's coming from the ego, right? And that's why I keep on seeing like some of this energy right now. It's like talking about blind spots, maybe talking about blind spots within the self or identifying blind spots in others. Continuing to get clarification between our world card in combination with our Four of Wands and its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now. I like this. It's this Mars in Leo. This Mars in Leo is going to come to the rescue to a certain extent. Here's the thing. Mars likes being in Leo. It feels good. It feels dignified. It feels dignified in here, right? We talked a lot about this. We've also talked a lot about poise as I'm like reaching for something. We've also talked a lot about poise. So here's the thing. The reason Aries likes Leo energy so much is because it's their conversations on poise, it's like it's all bravery. Like Mars and Leo is like is brave. It's just like there's no other word for it. It's brave energy, right? Because and I got to describe this. Often here's the thing about it. Often there's a misunderstanding about Leo energy that Leos are all about themselves. Leos are not about themselves. Leos work on the self for others. Leos are actually extremely focused on others, not the self. They're very aware of presence, right? There's a lot of work that Leos work through in the space of understanding that the gift that we give each other is poise, right? Like the gift that we give each other is poise, right? And that's why we see here that for a lot of and Aries is often misunderstood because Aries are often misunderstood as being impatient. Aries will say to you, they're not patient. They're always looking for potential, right? They've got profound patience as soon as they land upon potential because and remembering potential is not potential. Potential is recognizing another person stumbling into progress. So that's why I keep on seeing that it's a little bit of flex energy right now. It's Mars and Mars and Leo is like, check out my gun. Check me out. Like it's a lot of that. But I got to tell you, it's coming through. I have to remember. You have to understand that Mars and Leo in that way is showing something off because you're energetically proud of it, right? And there's something important about that because it's checking something out because you're proud of it, right? Because it's something that you've put your heart into. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of I feel like I feel like there's I feel like some of this energy right now, I think we're moving out of the chariot cycle. We might be moving into a sun cycle here as it relates to relationships that are starting to come into being. Because I keep on hearing that there's something about the energy right now coming into partnership. And I'm going to cry on this because this is like really emotional. I keep on hearing that this is the energy that's not just saying this is the start of something beautiful. They're saying this is the start of something I could be really proud of because there's something about healing from a relationship of the past that made them feel undignified or that they weren't necessarily energetically proud about, something about how another person treated them or how another person was reacting to them or something about another person bringing out an ugly side of the self. right? And this is why I keep on hearing that there's something happening right now in these new energetic connections that are occurring that feels like a heart opening, because this is the energy saying, "Now this is a relationship I can be proud of." Saying, and that's happening across all of the frequencies. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Nine of Pentacles in its reversal. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. This is that emotional volatility. Yeah. Two cards transfers at a time like this, the irony. Yeah, because it's like, it is. It's ironic because whenever Saturn shows up, everything starts getting really ironic. whenever Saturn Whenever Saturn shows up to the party, everything starts getting really ironic. And the thing about it is we've got this little like meetup that's happening right now at the meridian point between Pisces and Aries. And Saturn is now like showing up. And there's something about that. I keep on hearing like it's like a conflict, a confluence of catastrophes is what I'm getting. But it's understand, and that's why I keep on seeing there's chattering, there's chattering in this energy, the new energy that's coming into separation. It's like they're arguing like a bit like an old couple. That's what's happening. And this energy is actively bickering as they move into energetic union together, and it's the active bickering that is showing how like the proximity of the authenticity that they can build with one another, because they're already getting on each other's nerves in an endearing way, right? And that's beautiful, because when we get on each other's nerves in an endearing way, we don't have aversion to it. This is the energy that's building into something, and I told you they're hashing it out, right? Like this is a lot of like it's almost like I keep on seeing it's like energy being like I can see some energy coming into union right now, and someone being like, "How long have you guys been together?" And someone being like, "We just met," because the way that they're arguing with one another, like the way that they're arguing with one another, you'd think they were together for a long. You think they? I keep on hearing. You think they'd known each other, right? Because when we feel the often we don't recognize that the energy that's for us is not the energy where we feel like we have to be performative, that we have to say like be in a point of decorum. It's the energy where we can put our hair down. It's the energy that we're like, where we start griping at each other. So I keep on seeing that there's something about this energy. I told you that training wheels, that like clumsiness, but then being able to express the frustration and someone not going away, but sticking through it, right? That ability of adapting and making those changes. This is like the relationships that are coming together through the gripe. They're coming together through the gripe. But that's the thing about it. It's like the gripe sounds like sunshine. Continuing to get clarification. This is why I see a lot of this energy right now coming into divine union. This is the energy. This is why this is the chariot partnerships now moving into union. And what are the chariots partnerships saying to each other? That makes perfect sense. That's why the chariot energy is now moving deeper into divine union, because the chariot energy is saying, "You're giving me what is the greatest gift that you can give a chariot? Solid ground." So that's why the energy is saying to one another, You do not complete me. You are the solid ground in which I can complete myself." While for masculine and feminine energy that is deep within divine union, this is a lot of energy. I keep on seeing that this is the energy moving across Pisces and Aries, which is being like, when you care about things, feelings have nothing to do with it. Like it's like I keep on hearing energy saying feelings have nothing to do with it, because there's energy that's trying to heal something. And often, and here's the thing about it, sometimes when we're trying to heal something, our feelings feel like they get in the way. I know that sounds a little wacky, but it's true, right? When we're trying to heal something, sometimes we have to push through our feelings to move something in the direction that we hope it moves towards, right? And so it's a lot of, I keep on thinking, I keep on feeling like everybody's healing their relationship to aversion right now. And for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, like that ability of moving through something and saying feelings don't have anything to do with it, because when you're trying to fix something, you don't worry about how you feel in the moment. You look towards what's on the other side of the feelings. Continuing to get clarification between our Nine of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Knight of Swords in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with the Page of Cups. You know what I'm gonna say here? If it always feels good all the time, it's probably not healing. If it feels good all the time, that's probably just something for your ego. Healing stinks. Okay? It's rough on those streets because again, I keep on seeing there's something really important that's happening right now as it relates to actively healing versus bypassing. Okay? Like, there's a difference. And the difference has to do with I don't want to talk about it, right? And it's not to say that it's not the fact that when you say I don't want to talk about it, you can say I can tell you why I don't want to talk about it, right? If you can say I can tell you why I don't want to talk about it, then again, you're now talking about it, right? It's the ability to hash something out. It's the ability to hash something out that helps us understand the difference between something that we're experiencing outside the self versus an internal blind spot, right? And so that ability of doing so, working, I see a lot of energy working and introspecting upon things that they feel energetic aversion towards. And it's never easy. It's always rough. It always can feel like it's like I keep on getting it's crunchy, you know, because it's like the only way it's like literally like the only way out is through kind of energy. But it's that only way out is through kind of energy that shows us that we have the ability to do anything, right? And that ability of like I keep on seeing across all of the frequencies right now. Um, for the energy, in separation, this is why I see so much frustration being released right now for these new energetic relationships that are coming together because this is the energy saying, well, it's clear, I can see it now, right? Because sometimes when you're recognizing, and this is how Saturn is helping because the difficulty that occurs in relationality to consistency has to do with the fact that there's only one vector that you can calibrate for that, and that has to do with the vector of time, right? It's hard because often the only way you can check on whether something's consistent is giving it time. But what's beautiful about this is I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now that is in separation, seeing someone actively trying, right? Seeing someone, I keep on seeing endearing, trying in an endearing way is giving them all the clarity that they need as it relates to the aversion of a past relationship where someone was coming towards them more based on whim and inclination, right? Rather than consistency. And that's why I keep on hearing like, and relationships that are based on whim are wind relationships, right? A whim relationship is one where you don't go anywhere because nobody knows how to row. It's like you're just waiting for the sail. You know, you just hope the wind picks up. You hope someone feels, you hope someone feels, you hope someone feels you hope someone feels the inclination. They're feeling in the mood, right? You're waiting for someone's mood to strike to be able to feel in the relationship. Healthy relationship is not a wind relationship. It knows how to row, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that this is the energy letting out of frustration because I told you these are chariot partnerships happening right now. They're seeing the ability of someone that knows how to row. Don't have to row well. It doesn't feel like don't have to row well, but the ability to want to row is all the indication they need on what was effectively lacking in past partnership. While for masculine and feminine energy right now coming into divine union, I keep on hearing that this is the energy that's saying like um there's something really beautiful about this because this is the energy that is finally having a break for the warrior partnerships that are coming into divine union. This is the energy that finally is having the opportunity to stop rowing because again, what did we talk about? A healthy relationship is one that you don't perpetually feel like you have to put force of effort in to make sure that it's sustaining itself. And that's why the energy saying to each other, you have no idea how much you mean to me. And the energy's going, I'm not doing anything. And the energy saying, you are. I don't have to constantly row with you, right? While for masculine, and that leaves my hands free to do other things. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, this is a lot of that energy that I keep on seeing, unpacking feelings, working through emotionality, I keep on seeing potentially even helping others with feelings right now. I see a lot of energy deep within divine union, helping others with complicated feelings because there's something about that work that feels like it's fundamental, particularly in the realm of helping another unpack the difference between, again, something they're holding on to that they might need to work on in the self versus something that they can do or change or put some kind of effort or impact upon, right? Continuing to get, and this is the energy doing that for one another, but also doing it in a way that feels like it's trying to bring it back, like bring forth like the most positive outcome. Continuing to get clarification here between our Knight of Swords in its reversal, in combination with our Three of Cups in its upright. Can I please have one card to clarify? We've got here our Hermit card in its reversal. So it's interesting because remember, I talked about the Hermit energy, and there's often a misunderstanding in relationality to Hermit energy because Hermit energy is not lonely. What is loneliness? Loneliness is not feeling good with one's own energetic space, right? When we don't vibe with ourselves, we feel lonely, right? We're all by ourselves with our energy. We go, I hate this. What are you talking about? You know, what are you talking about? Like there it is. That's a problem, right? Right? Loneliness often can be indicative of not being wanting to be with oneself, right? Being sick of the self. And that's why often one of the things we try to do to facilitate healthy relationship is build a healthy relationship with ourselves, right? Because often if we approach each other and we say we're lonely, well, that's not romantic. You say oh, that's nice. Thank you. Great. You can't stand being with yourself, so you're looking for energetic company. We don't build into relationships for company. We build into relationships to help amplify and to grow what we've already created for ourselves, right? Because, and we talk like, one of the things we're talking about right now is for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, you'll recognize that the energy saying you're the ground beneath my feet. It's not the energy that's saying to one another, I need you, right? It's your job to keep me. It's your job not to keep me, like to make sure I'm not bored. Like that's like that is not what a relationship is. A relationship is not saying to another person, it is your job to keep me from being bored, right? When we build into a life that's fulfilling, even when we're alone, we're never lonely. We heal our hermit energy. And when we have a hermit energy, when we feel that, we live a life of solitude, but one that we're energetically proud of. Right? It's like finding your bliss, right? And that's often why working towards healthy relationship, one of the first things you can do, it's not about finding the perfect partner to complete you. It's about following your bliss. Because when you're blissed out, you become a beacon that allows the energetic counterpart to find you, right? So, and we see this all the time. We see this all the time in nature. We see birds building nests, right? Like you follow your bliss, you create that for yourself. And when you create it, the energetic counterpart can find you. So I keep on seeing that this is a lot of energy that's working through the context of feeling energetically frustrated with energy that may have been moving towards them more. And again, this is why whim is devastating to a relationship, because when we try to build a relationship on whim, what are you doing, right? Instead of consistency, I'll pick you up at 7, right? We feel more like we're just serving another person's needs, that we're just the extra fill in another person's life, right? But that's why relationships on whim never go anywhere, because it's like waiting for the wind to blow. Short bursts, right? Passionate. Woo! They feel great. And then they're exactly gone again. A healthy relationship has moments of passion. They have those wind, but also the energy knows how to row. They understand that the way you get somewhere is not just waiting for the wind to blow. This is why a ship has a sail, but also oars. It's so on the days that the wind's not blowing, you still put the energetic work in. You still move something in a space of direction. And so that's why I keep on seeing that there's so much frustration being communicated in some of these relationships, because the ability to see someone who knows how to row suddenly gives clarity in terms of someone who is just like, you know, looking at someone being like, you're not very inspiring today, Continuing to get clarification between our Six of Cups in its transverse and our Seven of Swords in its transverse, in combination with our Page of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Death card in its reversal. This will be next class we're going to be teaching over in Tarot Church on my Substack. Again, when you wait for and this is why wishes don't work. When you wait for the wind to blow, you go nowhere, right? When you wait for the mood to strike, you're not going to get anywhere. If you wait for inspiration to hit, you're going to be waiting an awful long time, because you can't control whim. You can't control it. It comes and goes, right? The difference between a manifestation and a wish is the energetic commitment of the force of application that we put towards it, right? In any context, in anything you do, including relationships. So if those are those moments, like there's the most important thing that one needs to be able to have, and this is why we build through resilience. This is why we build through the ability to be energetically committed to ourselves. That consistency is something that we give to ourselves as it relates to releasing, like as it relates to releasing a goal as you reach it, because you don't just hold on to something, you actively walk in the direction of it. You get there faster. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, the difference between the latency point of energetic connections that are built more on the inclinations of another in the moment of seeing what it takes to get there. This is just a lot of the energy that is understanding. And this is why I'm not surprised to see this, because we're starting to move into Taurus season. The fact that committed effort, right? Applied pressure, but applied pressure in the right direction, consistent applied energy is how we get somewhere, right? It's not about bursts. It's about setting one's pathwork come what may. Continuing to get clarification here, and that's happening across all the frequencies. Continuing to get clarification here between our Ace of Cups in combination with the Hermit card in the reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Yeah. Relationships do not exist in the space of when the mood strikes. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, there's something about recognizing, and I think it's really beautiful that we have this Justice card appearing, because it has to do with the force of energetic balance, right? Balance is not natural. I just got to point this out. Balance is the gift that we give to one another. The world itself is not a balanced place, but the beauty of being in a space of divinity is looking around and saying, I think I can improve on this, right? I think that there's something I can do that can make this energetically better. And that quality, that characteristic of feeling that force of balance is something that we strive for in our existence and also in our relationship, right? Because a lot of that, and I keep on seeing that this is something that is helping a lot of energy right now recognize the difference between something that feels like it scratches an itch of another versus something that actually feels like it's going somewhere, right? Because we're not here to scratch each other's itches. We're here to build into something that has meaning, something that energetically matters. So I keep on seeing that, especially, and this is a little bit of that gift that we're getting right now with the Death card in the reversal and the Justice card. It's very much a continuation of the same lesson that we saw coming through. wishing is for horses. Like it's like if wishes were horses, like beggars would ride. Because the reason we say that is because when you wish for something, when you're wishing for it and you're not doing anything about it, nothing ever changes. The only difference between a manifestation and a wish is how much work you put into it. It's not about thinking something into existence. It's about working towards it. It's about moving in the direction of it as you're thinking about it. It's not a latent act. So I keep on seeing here, like there's a lot, I can see it even now. There's some energy in separation that's probably going through something that is profoundly ironic. Because I can even see some energy right now in separation that is actively building with someone as someone's reaching out to them saying, I wish I had this with you. Why can't it be me? And the energy saying, because you don't put the work in. Like, why is like, you have to put, like, make the it's like you can't what it's like make it make sense, and that's why I keep on seeing some energy going, like I can see some energy being like, this is wild, right? Because this is the energy. I literally see some energy right now that's moving. They're seeing their manifestation in action, and potentially someone on the sidelines that's calling to them saying, why aren't you having the manifestation with me? And being like, because you're asking for it instead of doing it, right? It's not about asking. It's about showing up. It's about doing that. It's putting in that effort of energetic commitment. While for a lot of the energy right now, I keep on seeing coming into divine union, like a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, I'm just identifying and recognizing that this is the energy that, and I think it's funny because this is the energy that's saying the opposite. This is the energy that keeps on saying thank you to one another, and the energy's going, I'm not doing anything, and they're going, you're doing. I know it's amazing. Like I know it's amazing. The gift of nothing, because it's the gift of being able to create enter something energetically sustaining. It's that this is what we articulate when we find grace. Because what is great? Grace is the identification point of being able to create a point of stability that feels like nothing is occurring when you understand all of the force necessary in order to perpetuate that point of balance, right? It's like swan energy. It's like something that looks easy but takes a lot of effort. You don't see what's happening under the surface. So that ability of doing so, I just keep on seeing that this is the energy that's basically saying to one another, like they're saying thank you for the hermit energy, right? Because the hermit energy is effectively swan energy, which is like it looks very still, but that's because it takes a lot of effort to find that point of stillness. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union right now, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, this is like a little more crunchy. This is like working through hard feelings. And I keep on hearing there's some energy working through hard feelings and saying, I'm ready. Like I feel like there's some energy deep within divine union right now that's ready to heal something. But it's not easy healing. It's almost like it's understanding and recognizing the force of effort it takes to work through something, even beyond one's own feelings upon it, right? It's a lot of that. Like it feels a little bit like working a muscle out, or like grist for the mill. Like you're like you have if you want something to be smoother, you have to be willing to navigate a point of discomfort sometimes, particularly in the realm of one's own feelings. Final card in clarification between our death card in its reversal and our justice card in its upright. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we've got our Four of Cups in its upright. So everything I'm seeing here, to a certain extent, and I got to tell you, a lot of this right now has to do with the placement of Neptune. Now, one of the things I said earlier when we were doing readings is like when Neptune moves, we all cry because it's bringing up this. When Neptune moves, the sediment comes up, right? When the ocean moves, like the sediment from the bottom rises up, and sediment is sentiment, right? What is sentiment? Sentiment is forgotten feelings, right? Sentiment is forgotten feelings, the emotions that we feel that move into, I keep on saying, they move into our deep unconscious space, right? They never leave us. They just move down into the bottom. They're always there. They're always there. They're always there, right? And sometimes when the emotions come up, sometimes when the mood comes up, the sentiment arises. And when it does that, it can be very profound, right? It can be a space of being able to recognize and identify how much one has changed, right? Like that's what we talk about. Sentiment and nostalgia are very much wrapped up together. And that's the beautiful thing. When does sentiment become nostalgia? It's recognizing how much the self has changed, right? It's the identification point of the recognition of progress and seeing the painful, exquisite beauty of one's own journey. But that's why I keep on seeing that there's something very there's something very important about the difference between I keep on seeing the identifying the difficulty. And this is why it can be so profoundly painful when we're on a healing journey and another person sees us and says, I miss who you used to be. I miss what we used to have. Because often in those moments, we recognize how far we've come when another person is sentimentalizing a period of time or a place that was very painful for us to inhabit, right? It sometimes can be extremely clarifying in relationality to the difference between what another was seeking from us versus what we were seeking for ourselves. And that's why conversations of that nature can be so profoundly painful, because it's in the minute that someone identifies a past version of self and says, I liked that person better, that we realize that they may have had manifestation goals far different than the ones that we ourselves aspired and desired for. So that's why I keep on seeing that even at this time, there's a lot of potential closure that is occurring as it relates to the difference between the relationships that can be fixed when someone says, that was unconscionable, that wasn't okay, we can do better, I'm ready to change, versus energy that says, I miss you. I miss what we had. I want you back in the form that I originally found you. You have to stop doing all of this changing nonsense, right? Because it's in those moments that I told you clarity comes from moving forward. And often in those moments, we get all the understanding in that second as to what was wrong in the first place. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, this is why the energy says to each other, I love you for what you're doing. And the energy says, I'm not doing anything. And the energy goes, exactly, because you are the ground from which I can flourish. Because when we feel the stability of partnership that does not require us to concentrate entirely on maintaining the stability of the partnership, when we do the work on ourselves and we bring that stability into a relationship, we don't seek the relationship for stability, we find the stability within ourselves, that becomes the ground through which we flourish. And so I see a lot of energy right now. I told you moving into hermit energy, but it's because they're beginning to concentrate on their own flourishment. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union right now, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy, deep within divine union, recognizing and doing this work, it's not easy. It hurts. There's a lot of there's navigating through rough feelings here. There's some rough water right now in relationship deep within divine union, but again, we navigate rough water in order to reach a calmer shore. I'm going to say that again, right? And this is why we talk about healing isn't indulgent. Healing isn't just about avoiding things. We navigate rough water to reach a peaceful shore, is the idea and the identification point that we face what is difficult in ourselves to move towards what we hope is better. And sometimes that's not easy, right? Sometimes, again, that's what we talk about with shadow work. That's what shadow work is. I know shadow work sounds like a really creepy way of describing it, but the best way to articulate shadow work is we navigate rough water in order to find a calmer shore. That our own ability to confront the things that are difficult in ourselves is equally calibrated to the peace that we can find within ourselves in doing so. And I see a lot of the energy that is focusing on that and navigating that and setting their intention on doing that work come what may. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Oh, there he is. I love it. We have all of this. I feel like we're starting to round out the end of this chariot relationship cycle. I'm very curious. I feel like we're about to move when the energy moves back into Aries. I think we're going to start seeing a new relationship cycle that's opening up, because there's definitely some shifts that are happening right now, and I think it has everything to do with us moving off of this meridian point between Pisces and Aries. So the thing about it, and I need to point out, we've talked a lot about this here. There's a misconception with the chariot energy. The chariot energy is not the card of smooth sailing. I need to point out, I've talked about this a lot, and this is what I teach about a lot in my tarot church classes. This card, that thing looks like it's made out of concrete. Those energies, they're not moving. Pamela Coleman Smith, the creator of this deck, was very good at showing movement. I'll show you right now. Look at the Knight of Swords, guys. That is definitely a figure in action. Why? I've been asked countless times, why with my students, why is this figure not going anywhere? Because that is the energy. Because when you first start something, it feels impossible. The hardest part is always the beginning, because it's not there. When you're creating something, you're creating it out of thin air. It feels like you're doing something ridiculous. It feels like you're doing something impossible. You question yourself at every moment. It is the consistency of determination, of effort that we give things that make them come into reality. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now in separation, the observation of consistency being the most important factor in healthy partnership. This is a lot of the energy that's starting to see what was energetically missing in past connections. While for energy coming into divine union right now, I just keep on seeing that this is the energy, and this is why the energy is saying that you are the ground, because when you're in chariot energy, the most blessed thing you can have when you're on a chariot is even ground, because it allows you to move with more expediency. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, this is like working through the grist of the mill of the self. This is the energy that says, I have to work through hard feelings to come through peace inside. And that's the energy of identifying that when we have to make peace, we have to navigate our own hard feelings. Right? Like it's ironic. It's ironic that way. I know, but that's why we say making peace, not finding peace. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who was at our class last night on the Hanged Man. I had such a delightful time working you guys through the card. I had such a wonderful time afterwards seeing your spreads. If you are a subscriber, a paid Substack subscriber who missed yesterday's class, never fear, it is now available as a recording and the course materials for those who are paid subscribers to my Substack. If you would like to participate and become part of our next class will be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the death card. And if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. And now is a great time to become a paid subscriber, because if you choose to become a monthly subscriber, you will also have not only will you have a ticket of entry into our live classes each month, you will also have access to over 9 hours worth of class materials in the Tarot Church Library archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best in explaining what we've studied in each class, but if you wanted to catch up, you've got a full month between now and that class, and you could probably do about 2 classes per week to bring you up to speed on where we are right now. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've studied or are currently studying thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. You will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church archive. That is access to over 13 hours of class material in an ever expanding net library. And you'll also have a discount on the full year's worth of classes. Now, even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and path work. You can purchase those on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these on an individual level or as a series. I would ask, if you are going to purchase the dream interpretation reading series, make sure you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and receiving these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Bridget, thank you so much for all of the incredible gifts during the read. You have gotten our highest gift or giveaway reading today. And Kath, you came in second, so you will also have an additional card in your subscriber reading. If anyone else would care to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. I will be keeping the list very short today, so I'll probably only take a couple more people on the list if you would like to get on the list for today. So be sure to get on sooner rather than later. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here dream interpretation, life path, past life, highest party messages from spirit, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, love readings, angelic guidance readings. The only and if you have any information that's relevant to your reading that you would like to share with me, for instance, a dream interpretation or a past life, you can put it in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a subscriber to our clock app, you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the allocated channels. That said, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But if you'd like to get on the list is open. We also got to 50K, guys. Thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. I will also be doing a giveaway before we get started and gifting a free reading back to the collective as well. Evie, why surrender is so very important. Absolutely. Could not agree more right now. Thank you for confirmation, Jules. And thank you as well. I'd love advice. Happy to read for you, Brenna. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Good to see you today, Moni. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Grand Rising, Team Ulsana. Good so far, starting my day. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I am, dear. So glad to hear that. And Mr. David, thank you for the roses. Prostitute. Good morning from Alaska. I love your username. Hi there, Jacob. Thank you for receiving these messages. You don't have to worry about sending a donation, Jacob. Listen, the reason I give the collective reading for free each day is for those who can't afford to have a full reading. So you're perfectly fine to stay here and stick around and participate in others' readings as well. But no worries there, dear. Mars is in my sign. I love it, creative. Can't blame Mars. Exactly, Ella. My Cancer Mars. I love it, V. My Mars in Leo and Venus. I love it. Evie. Oh, I have the sun and 4 houses in Leo. Ooh, I like that stellium. It's already yours. Sign the universe is on my coffee mug. I love that, Evie. Omar, thank you for the follow and thank you for subscribing, Evie. Welcome to the collective. Reminds me of the baby eagles in a big valley whose parents are Jackie and Shadow. Oh, I don't know them. I'll check them out though. Letitia, thank you for sharing the live. They're clumsy, but every day have been getting their footing and will soar in the next 30 days. I got to go check them out. That sounds beautiful. There's a lot of fledgling energy here. Judgment is for this industry. I agree. Totally agree there, Evie. Sneaky cards, so sneaky. I'm still kind of gobsmacked that those 2 cards managed to finagle their way into the old deck. I'm also not surprised right now with what we're seeing. I told you, old things in new contexts. Divine, thank you for the follow. I manifest the outcomes I desire. Tap to claim. Thank you so much for the love. Have a great day, Jacob. You're so welcome, dear. Girl, the patriarchy's dying and the divine feminine is rising. You know, I need to point this out too. I need to stress this. And this is my firm belief. I don't think patriarchy is attached to masculine energy. Like patriarchy means just do what I tell you, right? And honestly, I don't think masculine energy is like that. You know, I want to remove the space of looking at patriarchy as something that like a masculine's affected by it too. You know, I think that there's something really beautiful about the fact that we're healing in that way. I love that. You are the ground beneath my feet. Exactly. And thank you as well, Evie, for those crowns. The trauma happening in the world is because of, and I think that it's a lot of that space of understanding that, you know, we want to do things collectively, not exceptionally. You know, like I think that's a lot of the work that we're focusing on right now. And we're seeing it. We're seeing it in the cards, we're seeing it in the relationships around us, you know. When we work towards, we just talk about this here. One of the things that we concentrate on is having manifestation goals that don't just feel like they suit the self, right? Because when we work in the space of wanting exceptional manifestation goals, there's something energetically wrong there. Why would I want something that I wouldn't want you to have in kind? Thank you as well, Kimmy. Happy Thursday, Ms. Millie. And Truth, thank you for the follow. Can you read? I'm happy to read for you, Uni, if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. Same thing, Spirit. Thank you for the follow, Spirit Talk. Kimmy, I told my masculine how I felt and I wanted clarity, but he said he wanted to be just friends with me. Well, it sounds to me like they've given you all the clarity that you need. And I know that's very painful, but I hope that that starts to allow you to have the process of healing. They act like we're in a relationship. And I told him I can't do this back and forth. No, I mean, again, I think that your ability, like what it sounds to me that you're doing right now is you're communicating your boundaries, Kimmy. Continue to do so, right? You're working through, and that's a lot of this Gemini and the Jupiter and Gemini energy saying if this is not confusing things, saying if it's like, if it's this, it's this, if it's that, it's that. You can't have both, right? And thank you. I'm sending you so much support. I know how confusing that can be. And your fave, thank you for sharing the live. Creative, I had a heavy mood swings last week, but this week I'm calm. I'm very glad to hear that, Creative. Ella, love the clarification on Aries and patience. You're so welcome, Ella. As an Aries, I've been working on my patience. Continue to do so, 805. Aries moon here. It's just rough when there's stagnancy. I know. Here's the thing with Aries energy is Aries, like that's the thing about it. Aries get bored like Aries don't, like I told you, there has to be potential there. You know what I mean? Aries have to work through, like Aries often have to work on hermit lessons, right? Aries have to often work on finding working through like fear of missing out or working through like that feeling of like and like anxiety. I do private readings, Georgia. You can book them on my site. When you point one finger at someone, something else, 3 fingers point back at you. It's beautiful. I agree. I think that there's a lot of that work that we do. I need to point this out. This is why we talk about checking our egos, right? It's not easy, and we're not perfect about it, right? And leaving that space of being able to learn and grow, it's a progress, it's a process. I'm learning the ego can't really explain. The ego can't explain anything. The minute we can tell it's something from our ego is because the ego is the defense mechanism. Like the ego just wants to protect us. And sometimes if the ego can't explain why, like if they can't explain why, that's how we can tell it's the ego. My Mars is in Leo. I love that. Mars is in Leo. I'm telling you, it's like it's Braveheart energy. Mars and Leo is Braveheart energy. you know? Georgia, thank you for the follow. So true. We Leos are not at all about ourselves. It looks like it, again, what it looks like it, but it's not, right? Like that's the difficulty point that Leos often have to like navigate. They're not doing it for the like Leos don't do it for themselves. They do it for those around them. And thank you, Angie. Mars in Leo. My moon is Leo, rising is Leo, and sun is Aries. So much on right now. Yeah, I can see it. I mean, this is actually, Angie, I feel like this is actually going to be easier for you because like a lot of we had all of the planets in Pisces, and I feel like it was doing a real number on those with like more like fire placements, So I feel like there's something about this that may be feeling a little bit. Make sure you're hydrating is what I'm going to say to you, Angie, especially if you're feeling a lot of stuff in your body right now. It's check out my guns energy. It's like the beach is that way. The continued divine feminine rising. I love that. I mean, I like to think of the energies rising together. I like to think of this as a divine balancing act, if you will. Grand rising, Nix. Good to see you today. Joy to the world. Thank you for sharing the live. And Angie, thank you for the follow. Claire, one of my kids used to love to say emergency, catastrophe as a toddler. That is the cutest thing I've ever. That is, I can imagine that, and I can't. It's too cute. I can't handle it. Oh my gosh, that resonates with my new connection. Endearing bickering all the way. Thank you for confirming, Ms. Millie. I hope you're having a beautiful day. It's just like starting. He's receptive to my side eye teasing. It's nice. It's always a relief when we find that. I'm so happy for you. Carrie, may a love like that find me. Chariot energy. Tap to claim. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Addie, healing is the yucky message medicine at times. It is. No, it is. It's got to be. That's how we know it's medicine. It's not easy. Yes. Grand Rising, Elisa, thank you for the compliment. My ex was an air sign, definitely wind relationship, sending you so much support. Listen, not all air signs are like working on whim, right? There are definitely air signs that know how to be energetically consistent. It takes work. Every sign has things they have to work through. Earth signs, adaptability, air signs, consistency, fire signs, balance, water signs, like grounding. Thank you, Emmy, for the follow. And Mubi, thank you for the follow. We all need to save ourselves because no one's coming to save us. I like to point out we save ourselves for each other. We save ourselves so we don't have to have each other save one another, right? Like that's the gift that we give each other. Lighthouse, tap to claim, Bridget. Even when we are alone, we're never alone. We're never lonely. Tap to claim, Kath. Thank you for the compliment on my hair, user 826. From any and everything. Wind beneath your wings. Exactly. Well, that's the thing about it. Like that's why I keep on hearing the energy say, you're you're the wind beneath my wings, but more importantly, you're the ground beneath my feet. I'm so bummed I missed class. It's okay, dear. No. They're all up. Whenever you're ready. That's why I do it the way I do it. So that way you don't have to feel like frustrated if you can't be there in the live environment. Evie, okay. Oh my God, I so needed to hear that at this point in time to hear your message. I'm so glad that this message found you, and thank you for receiving it. I'm so glad it's helping. Ginger Lily, thank you for the follow. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Jess, can I be added to the list for today? All you have to do, absolutely, Jess, all you have to do is send the donation. and you'll be added to the list. I will say get on sooner rather than later because the list is closing soon. I forgot. Thank you for the follow. And thank you for those gifts, Mr. David. Thank you, Diana, for the follow. And thank you as well. Lisa, I was up all last night pacing. Oh no, why? Jess, I got you on the list, dear. Thank you for the help, Bridget and Flower. Thank you for the follow. Hi, Nikki. Good to see you. And thank you guys helping us reach that 50K milestone before we got to the conclusion of the collective. Kath, I got you on the list, dear. Nikki, my family, wishing for the old me back before I went through a major transformation. Sending you so much support on that journey, Nikki. We love who you are now. They wish you back because the old you lacks boundaries in my thoughts right now. Thank you, Kath, for being here. And thank you for supporting each other in the comments. I hear that. I've moved away for that reason. Sending you support, Bridget. Thank you for the thank you, Bamboo, for the crowns. I know, I love the chariot bottom of the deck today. Yeah, the chariot's a bumpy ride. No, I know. It's exactly, it's often the misunderstanding of the card. And I forgot. Thank you for subscribing. The grist of the wheel of the self feels very accurate. Thank you for receiving this, Elisa. And Bootleg, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Dream Nix. Good to see you today. Such a profound reading. I always adore your insight. You're so welcome, Haley. Thank you for being here and receiving it. Blessings to you as well. Making peace, not finding peace. Thank you for sharing this. You're so welcome, Kath. Everything you say is so true. I do my best, Lana. Thank you. You're so welcome, Team Osana. That death card, can't wait for that one. I know. I like that it's in its reversal. It's giving me a lot of like weight kind of energy, but like weight in a positive way. You're welcome, Elisa. Denise, the classes are so good. So many resources, so interesting and so in-depth. Everyone should do it. Thank you, Denise. I really appreciate you. I'm going to post you there. Thank you for that vote of, hold on a minute. And Tabby, thank you for the roses. Hold on a moment. Just reading back over the comments. I lost my spot. I appreciate you too, Team Olsana. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. I missed this. Which card will be covered in the next class? No problem, Minnie. So we just did the Hangman, and next class will be the Death card. And if you become a monthly subscriber, you have access to the last 9 classes. And if you become a founding member, you have access to all the major arcana that we've done prior to this point. I had no idea how in-depth the classes go. Oh, thank you. I do my best, Bridget. And if you guys ever have any recommendations of things you'd like me to add, just let me know, because I'm always trying to build upon the previous classes. And Nikki, thank you for the crown. Cynthia, thank you for the follow. I had an owl right outside my window last night and dreamt, hold on a minute, and dreamt about owls the whole night. That's wild. I'm also super jealous. I'm happy to read for you on those if you'd like to get on the list. I mean, you've got a reading coming, so we might have a dream interpretation coming, Nikki. And if anybody wants a dream interpretation, and instead of trying to put it in the comments, you can either send it as a note when you send the donation, or if you are a part of our Discord as a subscriber, you can put it in the allocated channels there. Jess, I've got you. You're on the list. I've got you, dear. You're the third person. You're our third person read for today. And thank you for the help, Bridget. Rich Rising, Erica. Good to see you, dear. And oh, wonderful. Whose birthday is it? Anyone have I like Nikki asking others to do a dream interpretation. Oh, wait, I miss whose birthday it is. Oh, it's on Sunday. Buon compleanno, Bridget. Thank you for confirmation, Fig. Big Bear Valley. I love that. About the patriarchal systems not necessarily meaning masculinity. Yeah, I think we need to stop saying that. I don't think it's fair to the masculine energy that is healing. The patriarchy hurts. The patriarchy hurts masculine energy too. You know, I think that when we're healing collectively, I don't like to associate and put like I like to think that we're working into a space of balance. Thank you. It's Easter Sunday, so I wanted to make sure I got a birthday reading in case this was the last live. You're welcome, dear. Absolutely. All right. The last baby eagle that made it to fledgling was named Spirit like 4 years ago. That's beautiful, Nikki. My dad was obsessed with them, and spirit hatched like a month after he passed. That's incredible. Thank you so much for sharing that. Good vibes. I feel like our zodiac signs are keys to our soul's power, not exactly who we are. I might be wrong. No, I agree. I agree. Good vibes. I mean, I think that they are kind of the touchstones, if that makes sense, that build the framework of the self. Like, and that's why I think that what we do with them is up to us. Sorry, probably too much information. No, it's not too much information. Are you kidding? Thank you so much for sharing that. Are you following Jackie and Shadow from Big Bear? I gotta go check these guys out. This is the first I'm hearing of them. And thank you, Tabby, for the follow. I am an Aries in relationship with a Leo. I kind of like I love it, you know. And the thing is, Aries and Leo together, you know, it's like it's gonna it's you know it's like they can match you can match energy. You know, it just fits well. You know, because it's going to be very there's going to be a lot of respect in the relationship, right? It's going to be very there's going to be a lot of respect between the signs, except when you fight. You just have to make sure you're not fighting. Does coffee count as hydrating? No. I wish it did. I wish it did. Trust me. I think it counts as the opposite. Exactly. How about wine? I think that's opposite too. Shots fired. Welcome, Bella. Good to see you. Yeah, but it's made with water. I'm the same way, Bridget. I totally feel you. Gemini sun, Capricorn moon, Aquarius rising. That's a complicated combination, Fig. Like that's a lot of that's like that's I would be like it feels like artist energy, right? There's a lot of creativity there. Be your mothership so others can be a mothership for you. I love that. Autumn, I'm pinning that. I am pinning that. Beautifully said. All right. Hold on, just reading back on the comments before we get started on personal readings. Remember, the list is going to be tight today. So if you'd like to get on the list, do so sooner rather than later, if you'd like to get on. All right. And thank you for the follow, Healing Love. I'm part of a 4 a.m. club and tagged a lot of my woo-woo girls. Thank you, Evie. I appreciate you. Yes, I'm Aries Sun and Mars in the first house, and I'm surrounded by so many Virgos and Hermit energy. Yeah, I mean, how does that work for you, Erica? Like you know, you know, and that's the thing. Like Aries, like, but here's the thing: Aries can have like can learn a lot from Virgo energy. You know, like that's the thing about it. You know, it can be a little bit difficult, but there's a lot to be found there. Tabby, thank you for those gifts. I'm tired of practicing patience. That's fair. That's fair. I feel like that's going to happen a lot for Aries. Like as we have all the sign work coming back into Aries. I hope I'm doing this right. Welcome, Tabby. Hi there, Baba. Hold on a minute. You're so welcome. I forget. And thank you for becoming a subscriber. And thank you, Baba, for the follow. Whatever you do, don't pray for patience because you'll get tested more. That's a very fair point, Evie. That's a very fair point. Hi there, dear. Grand Rising Lay. Hi from Nigeria. Welcome. Subscribers to Substack or this live. What are you talking about? About what? What are you asking about? About I'm not sure what you mean by that, Evie. Anyone ever seen The Fourth Kind? Is that a movie? I have an owl that lives in my fence outside my window. He scares the raccoons away. That is so cool. I am so jealous. That's awesome. Laura, thank you for the follow. You remind me a lot of my cousin Patty, who helped guide me with my gifts as a young girl. Oh, thank you. That's a high compliment for me. Thank you. I appreciate that. Absolutely. It gives a bad name when it's very much needed. Yeah, I mean, I think I like to think again, it's not we got to get out of this like we got to get out of this competition mindset, right? We got to recognize we're all in this together, Fig. Nice, love that. I had one on my deck once. It was huge. That's so cool. Yes, they do a live every day and I watch them on TV. Ooh. Oh, the Eagles. The Eagles help heal me. Oh, they're so calming. I gotta check them out. Gemini sun, Sag moon, and rising. I mean, you're just fun. Like, Lay, you're like, that's life of the party energy. You're like, what are we doing next? Now what? Now what? Now what? I'm so invested in this eagle family. I'm going to be too, I assume. My dad would always have it up on the screen somewhere. That's beautiful. What a beautiful background thing. One Virgo helps ground me and teaches me so much. And the other six I could definitely do with that. I mean, a bunch of Virgos. What do you call a bunch of Virgos? That's a convent. But I'll be here all week, folks. Don't forget to tip your waiters. A movie about aliens and owls. That sounds awesome. I want to check that out. Thank you for the compliment, Alicia, and thank you for those hashtags, and thank you for sharing the live. We need to lift each other up, especially as women in man's world is changing. I like to think that we're changing the world, and that we're changing a world that we can do it together. Hand in hand or not at all. Okay. Hand in hand or not at all. All right, let's get to it. We're going to start with personal readings right now. The first person we're reading for today is Brenna. Thank you so much, Brenna, for getting on the list. You were the first person on the list, so you'll actually have an additional card in your reading. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, the list is open. It will not be open for long. So if you want to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later. This is not working. That's okay. All right, hold on a minute. Move these bad boys up. All right. Let me get out new deck. I made sure new deck did not slip into old deck. New deck. I like new deck. New deck is frisky. New deck is trying to new deck keeps trying to slide into old deck, and I think it's very funny. Oh, thank you. Wait, Brenna, don't give me your question yet. Thank you for reminding me. You guys know me. I've got a goldfish. I got a goldfish in here. Hold on a minute. All right. The movie, the alien. Hold on a minute. Just reading over the comments. Brenda, don't put your question up yet. And Debbie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. The alien made him think he was seeing an owl instead of the alien. This movie sounds dope. I need to check it out. Okay. I will check that out, Dada. Thank you. Changing the world starts with you. Tap to claim autumn. Thank you, Brenna. I'm going to thank you for reminding me about the 50K giveaway. I'm going to head out. You have a beautiful day, Evie. Thank you so much. And I hope you have and again, if you're just joining us and you became a subscriber, pop into our subscriber only Discord and introduce yourself to the collective. These are definitely not healed Virgos. That convent is more like a brothel. Oh my God, I love that, Erica. Sending you so much support. The convent is more like a brothel. Don't worry, it's in the Venmo. Okay, thank you for letting me know, Brenna. I appreciate that. Melly, why did my fiance over 2 years block me? Oh my goodness. I'm sending you so much support, dear. I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. But again, holding space for you. All right. So we're going to get started. Before we get started on anything, we're going to do this 50K giveaway. So I am going to think of a number right now. Evie, you can do, they're all listed. They're all listed in the, they're all listed on my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. So there's other methods as well. All right. I'm going to be thinking of a number right now between 1 and 63. First person I see the post number gets the reading. Remember, I see things in a different order than you guys do. So the first person I see, Fig, you got it. Oh my God. that was fast. That's the first time that's happened. Okay. And the giveaway's done. Wow. Okay. Congratulations, Fig. You got the reading. We will do it again when we get to 100K. That was wild. Giveaway. Oh, and giveaway's done. All right. Okay, Fig, you will be the fourth person read for. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3. No, you won't be the fourth person. You'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll be the fifth person read for. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the. What was that? If anyone wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the. What was that? If anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the sixth person read for, 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And congratulations, Figs, and thank you guys so much for participating in what was probably our shortest giveaway ever. That was wild. That was funny. All right. It was 14. Thank you, Kodo. All right. Cool. All right, so we're going to get started. So we're reading first for Brenna. Brenna mentioned that their information is in the payment method, so I just need to pull it up. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, the list is open. I am going to be closing the list shortly. So if you want to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later to secure your spot. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. You can book private readings on my site. We do here dream interpretation, highest priority messages from spirit. We do life path readings. We do angelic messages. We also, if you are desiring a reading that you have information you would like to share to me, please put it in the comments when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber to if you are a subscriber, you can put it in the subscriber only Discord that is available for those particular channels. All right, Brenna, did you say if I have permission? Georgia, thank you for getting on the list. Whoops. If anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be, I'll probably take maybe one more person on the list for today before the list gets closed. Okay. I know, right? Like, Fig's on point today. Okay. So I am, Brenna, did you say I have permission. Thank you. Okay. Reading for Brenna, looking for advice for the path aligned to my highest and most powerful self, highest good and most powerful self. Are there blocks I should be aware of? Beautiful question. Can I please have 4? And thank you so much. 4 cards, please, for Brenna. Highest priority messages from spirit, please, in relationality to overcoming hurdles and reaching highest self. You got to let go of some kind of anxiety around disappointing others. You have to let go of some kind of anxiety around disappointing others. And I think, and I need to point it out, like it's not about disappointing. I keep on hearing your higher self saying it's not about disappointing. It's about remember, recognize that moving towards your highest self is going to be about disappointing the right people. It's going to be about disappointing the right people. And I know how difficult that is, because I see something here. This is really hard for those with a lot of Leo, because Leos don't like disappointing energy. But, you know, you cannot. They're just saying it's an impossibility space. There's going to be some moments where energy is going to question you. There are going to be some moments where some energy is going to say you're going the wrong. Like, what happens? What happens frequently when you're following? What happens frequently when you're following your highest path? What is the song you hear when you're following your highest path? You have to understand that the song you're going to hear as you follow your highest path is going to be, you're going the wrong way, right? I know how difficult that is, but there's something about that, and I feel like, I don't know if this is something that's already happened or something that you're currently going through, but I just see, I don't know why, it just feels like there's at least 2 energies around you that, like, had some kind of, like, like, I keep on hearing, I have a different dream than you, you know? And that can be, like, I just keep on seeing, like, it's hard. It feels really painful because and I want you to understand this. Like I just see I see at least two energies around you right now that like don't necessarily understand what you're doing. But and I need to point this out. Like I like to call this like I want you to understand. Like it feels like um you're kind of in a mode, and you're in a space right now. I call this like when I read for energy like this, I call it stand back energy, right? And why is it stand back energy? Because you know when we're about to do something incredible, we need a little room. You know what I mean? Like when you're about to do something, like when you're about to again, like when you're about to do a cartwheel, you have to tell everyone stand back, you know? You got to give me a little bit of space. And I see right now that something about taking space for yourself feels like it's requiring you to have to disappoint some energy around you. But I need to stress this. If you're trying to do something exceptional and energy cares about you and you tell them that you need to step back from something to do something exceptional, energy's like the care energy that cares about you is not going to say how dare you. They're going to say what can I do to help. That's something really important that I feel like that I need to reiterate. If you need to take time back for yourself and you articulate to another the reasons why, everything you need to know about how so much someone cares about you is articulated in the difference between someone says, how dare you, right? Taking it personally versus someone saying, that's amazing. What can I do to help? Right? Because, and it has a lot to do, like it has a lot to do with the collective reading that we just had. It has a lot to do with you'll remember in the collective reading we just talked about, we're not here we're not here to be a bomb on each other's loneliness, right? Like that's it's not it's not like when we're trying to do something, it's not like that. I keep on hearing there's something about friendships changing around you right now that they're saying to me that the friendship, like friendship is not being a bomb for each other's loneliness. It's I keep on hearing it's building into like it's building into becoming like who we are. You know, like I see this here, and I keep on hearing you becoming who you are may disappoint energy around you that looks at you more as a balm to their loneliness. And when I'm saying balm, I'm saying BALM. I hope that's clear. And so that's why I keep on hearing you have to calibrate right now for the disappointment that you may see in others. And I want you to remember this. If energy is around you right now and they're saying, I'm disappointed in you, I want you to ask the next logical question, which is when energy says, I'm disappointed in you, your natural logical response should be, what were you expecting? Right. And that's why I keep on getting the message from your higher self that says, don't be afraid to disappoint the right people, because something about you doing that, like they're saying, like you moving on that path work is letting go of others' expectations for you. But in the process of letting go of others' expectations, you're going to hear a lot of energy saying, you're going the wrong way. You're really disappointing me. Again, the difference between the energy that says, I want what's best for you, I know what's best for you, versus the energy that says, I want what's best for you. Because someone who knows what's best for us feels like they know our path better than we do. Energy that wants what's best for us says, I know that you know yourself, and I want to do everything to help you support to get to where you're trying to go. Bottom of the deck on this reading right now, there's no rejection. Rejection is redirection. And disappointment, we never, again, unless we're not, I need to point this out. For energy that cares about us, if we're not, unless we're not taking care of ourselves, like disappointment needs to be navigated in the space of understanding the difference between what another wants with us versus what we want for ourselves. And that's why you'll recognize this. Like, a rising tide raises all ships. You know, we don't, I keep on hearing, we don't base, we don't base, I don't know why I keep on getting this message. We don't base our affection on how much time we spend together. Why am I getting that message here? Because I keep on hearing there's something about friendship that says friendship should not just be a balm for loneliness. I keep on hearing that something about your higher self is saying a true friendship balm isn't based upon how much time, you don't chart how much time you spend with each other. It's a bond. It's not a balm. I keep on hearing. Your higher self keeps on saying friendship is a bond. It's not a balm, because they're saying friendship is a bond because it doesn't matter how much time you spend with each other. It's what you have between you. But sometimes when someone is more in a space where they're not in a place of being energetically happy, they look at friendship like a balm, like I'm lonely and your job is to be here so I don't feel lonely. I keep on hearing your higher self saying that's not friendship. That's housekeeping. I'm hearing that's how I keep on hearing that's not friendship, that's housekeeping is what I'm actually hearing. So they're saying remember that. And don't let someone say you're letting me down because you're doing something that requires you to do more time, like to put more time to something, and another person is just articulating about the fact that they feel like your duty to them is to be present with them. Thank you so much for having, and I feel like you almost have to educate others on that too, right? Like almost like they're saying like your higher self that says it's not just a message for you, but it's a message that you can impart on another as well. Um, Thank you, because there's something very Saturn about your reading in relationality to the context of the preciousness of time. Thank you so much, Brenda, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can. Yeah, this is more of that. And be patient with yourself. Don't be so hard on yourself. Chart your progress. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow if you'd like to get on the list. We're also going to be doing a giveaway when we get to 100K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Next person we're reading for today is Kathleen. Kathleen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer, and I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, if you're just joining us and you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos and the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Substack. All right. Thank you for the permission, Brenna, and thank you for allowing me to have that reading with you. I definitely projected gray to choose then. Amazing. Star, thank you for the follow. Autumn, I'm going to go outside and do a cartwheel now. There's no stopping me. I love that, Autumn. Brenna, spot on. Mother stuff from childhood and subsequent trauma triggers now. Yep, mother has become entitled, grandma. Sending you so much support on that journey, Brenna. You got this. Remember, and I keep on hearing, remember, when someone says, I'm disappointed in you, say, what were you expecting? Yep, I've got you, dear. Yep, you're next, Kath. Thank you. And can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Also, my friends, we're at 66K likes. If you tap that screen and we get to 100K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Kathleen, I haven't seen your question come through yet. So if you've already posted it, you may need to post it again or put periods between the words because I haven't seen it pop up yet. Still waiting, Kath. And just a reminder to anyone joining us, if you missed the daily collect, oh, I see it now. Would like to know what to expect for this quarter or the next 6 months. I got you, dear. Can I please get 4 cards, please, for Kath? Highest priority messages from Spirit and relationality to the next quarter. I feel like there's something very important here that's like it's interesting because I'm just identifying that um there's something about this quarter that feels I keep I keep on hearing the word like freestyle, if that makes sense. It's a free like I keep on hearing it's a freestyle quarter. Like it's allowing like and I feel like that because um it's allowing some kind of flexibility or allowing some kind of adaptability um both I keep on saying both in relationality to how you yourself navigate situations, but also like it almost feels like I like there's a fresh start here is what I see. But the thing about the fresh start that I like is I see it between you and another person. And, it's interesting because I see some kind of relationship between you and another person, like changing in some kind of profound way. And it feels, and I keep on seeing, like, I see a closure point as it relates to a past cycle. And also, all right, I'm going to walk you through a little bit about what I'm seeing here because I like it just came through very specifically. It almost feels to me like there's something bittersweet about this quarter because someone is coming back to you from the past. Like I see a situation of someone coming back to you from the past and offering something to you that the past version of you would have done like cartwheels for. Cartwheels is like coming up a lot right now. Like you just would have like you would have been like over the moon about it. But I keep on seeing that it's almost like this moment that you recognize how far you've come because it's almost like I see you almost looking at them with like a space of regret and saying like to a certain extent, I'm not that person anymore. I don't like it's not appealing. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of that and that's what I meant about seeing something here that's bittersweet, but I keep on hearing it's a bittersweet release moment because it's helping you recognize and identify like how far you've come. And at the same time, I see you starting something new. Like I see some kind of either new relationship getting off the ground. This could even be a new project. And I keep on hearing there's like a period of introduction, getting to know someone or articulating upon what the shape of something is. There's a lot of planning this quarter. And there's a lot, like I keep on hearing, planning in order to break new ground. So um, I want you to be working a lot right now on manifestations. I want you to be working a lot right now in terms of making sure that you're writing down any new ideas because it does feel to me that there's some kind of breakthrough that you're having as it relates to how you're doing something. And it's also connected to the past. I keep on hearing there's a new catalyst to something that is going to allow you to have success in something that you tried before, but that you couldn't do. Because I keep on hearing the catalyst, um, like it makes something easier. I want to give you bottom of the deck. Yeah, there's that magician energy. Bottom of the deck, the magician energy. And this is what I mean. Like, I keep on hearing you saying in some way, I'm not here for it, right? I keep on hearing something about you saying to someone, I'm not here for it. But the reason I keep on seeing you saying I'm not here for it is because it feels like someone coming back towards you in trying to repeat a cycle. You know what I mean? Like I keep on hearing like you could set a watch to it. You're like, and you know what I mean? Like it's like there's almost like it's almost like it's coming through as like some kind of space of being like the only thing that's consistent is the inconsistency to a certain extent. But it all, and that's what I mean about seeing another's patterns that shows you how far you've come. Because I keep on hearing you looking at something and being like, I don't find it romantic anymore. I just find it exhaustive. I don't find it sweet. I find it repeating. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me like it almost says to me like it's something about you building into some kind of context of pattern recognition with someone where like even their I keep on hearing even their spontaneity is like somehow timed. But like the bright side is because I keep on hearing at the same time, it's because you're building with someone in a space of consistency. You're building something. You're not like talking about. I keep on hearing it's a no wish zone. It's not. It's like you're in a space like when I feel like someone's coming towards you when they're wishing for something, and you're in the middle of actively doing it because you understand the difference. I keep on hearing it's like much like I saw in the collective. You see the difference between someone who always wishes for things to be better or different and tries to blame the energy around them as to why not, like a lot of woe is me, versus energy that actively works to change something to make it adaptable or better. Thank you so much for having this reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. You can also get on the list for tomorrow if you'd like to send a donation today, and I'll be adding you to the list tomorrow. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And if anyone, and just a reminder, we are at 68K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Thank you, Kath, for that gift. I appreciate you. You're welcome, Brenna. Thank you for the compliment, Gugu. This is I keep on getting new. I keep on hearing new person, like new project. There's like it's a lot of new energy coming towards you this quarter. I'm thinking of a fresh start in a new work environment. Okay, let that serve as confirmation of what I'm seeing. SB, thank you for the welcome. I know. I'm sorry. It's giving me like yeah, it's like a penny energy. It's like it's like it's coming back. Like I just want to prepare you for it. I've been moving forward and letting. I know you've been moving. like, I'm not saying that this is you. I see something. I see them. Yes. Yep. If it's a past, and that's the point. If it's a past person, I'm over that. That's what I'm seeing there, Kat. I keep on hearing the only thing consistent is the inconsistency. That's an awesome card. You can have the tools all in front of you to achieve or create. Exactly. Sending you so much support, Kath. You're so welcome. I think I might be next. Yep, you are next, Jessica. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? And we are at 69K, guys. Thank you so much for tapping the screen. When we get to 100K, I'll be doing that drawing again. And also, when you tap the screen, it pushes this out to those who haven't received these readings before. I've been working on manifesting towards my calling. That's amazing, Jess. Congratulations. I'm just waiting for the rest of the question to come through before we continue. Got it. Wondering if you have any insight on a possible opportunity. Yep. All right. Can I please get, and thank you. Can I please get 3 cards, please? 3 cards, please. Highest priority messages, please. In relation, we got 4 cards coming out. We're going to read all of them because that's what we do. There's that work card. I keep on seeing this is requiring thick skin right now. I keep on seeing the work ethic. I keep on hearing. Remember, there are 2 things that you need to move towards a manifestation goal. Being able to work towards it is half the battle. The other half is having a very thick skin. Why am I seeing that? Because I don't know what it says to me. I almost feel like there's something about what you're trying to manifest, which means you have to get in front of people, or you might have to offer something forward, right? And I keep on hearing messages of saying you have to be able to, like, remember, they're saying make it feel like it, remember, a good manifestation is one that you can take it on the chin. And why? Because, you know, um like that ability of like, I keep on hearing, like working something through, not taking it personally. If someone does not share the manifestation goal, right? And I keep on hearing there's something to remember, like especially in this work that you're doing, that there is no, this has been coming through for a bunch of individuals in the collective right now. There's no, like, remember, a no might mean a not now, right? There's something I keep on seeing in relationality to a manifestation goal, that, and especially if this is one of those situations where it's like one big thing, you only need to, if you only need to succeed once, you got to take it on the chin a lot as you try to move towards that one success metric, is what I keep seeing. And that's why you can't, they're saying that a lot of the work they have to build right now in terms of working towards your manifestation has to do in not taking rejection personally. It's not personal. I keep on hearing it's not personal, right? And the easier it is for you to navigate, um, the easier it is for you to navigate through energetic rejection. Not let, I keep on saying, not let it devastate or deter you, but push you further. um I feel like I see a breakthrough coming towards you. But what's interesting to me is they're saying, don't get fixated on what that manifestation goal is. Don't get fixated on it only coming from a certain area or a certain person. Don't, I keep on saying, do not, remember, a good manifestation is not one that we focus entirely on the thing itself, but what the shape of it is that we're trying to build towards, because that's those moments that we say to the universe, surprise me, right? It's not trying to jam the round peg into the square hole, as it relates to the manifestation being focused on a certain place or a certain person. Your own ability to stay energetically adaptable as to what it is that you're striving to move towards. Remember, I keep on hearing there's a lot of different pathways there. And the pathway that you might be moving towards might not be the one that you are expecting. I do want to give you some bottom of the deck information, just something to keep in mind. Yeah, that's why I keep on saying, don't get your manifestation focused on a person. Don't get that manifestation focused on a single source, right? Because often when we get focused and say it has to be this or nothing else, you know, we sometimes delay our manifestation goal from occurring, because that often is like, a good manifestation is not about is not about changing what's there. It's about finding what is. So make sure that you're not energetically insisting on something being your manifestation goal when it's giving every indication that it's not, even if it looks like it. Remember, feel into it, right? And if you're not feeling it, or if you don't see it around you, I want you to add to your manifestation goal, help me see it, right? Because when we don't focus on what it is, like who or what it is, but tell the universe what we want, we're able to build with the universe by saying, surprise me with the rest. Like, surprise me. So I want you to think about what the energetic priorities are of those goals to help you be able to see, adaptability in relationality to how to move towards them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Jessica. And if this message connected to you as well, It's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is the winner of our highest gifter giveaway, Bridget. Bridget, congratulations, winning our highest gifter. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. Birthday girl! I love it, Nikki. And thank you again, Jess, for having that reading with me and wishing you so much support on that journey. And Peter, thank you for the follow. All right. Birthday read, please, as I step into this next chapter of life. Who am I becoming and what? I love it. All right. Guidance does my higher self have for me in this new cycle? Can I please have 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. Wow, there's a lot of new people coming towards you in this new cycle. I'm also getting I'm getting a lot of this new year, new me to a certain extent. You know, like this is like, I keep on getting the same message when I read for you, which is there's something really significant in relationality to some kind of, I keep on seeing some kind of karmic hurdle that you had to energetically overcome to allow new energy in, is what I keep on getting. And a lot of it, I keep on hearing having to heal from the misconception that you were letting someone else down. And it's interesting too, because it's a very nuanced message that's coming through, because they're saying to me that there's something about that work that was the recognition of energy, the energy that was saying that you were letting them down was the energy that was letting you down, right? Because, and it has a lot to do with what we spoke about in relationality to identifying and recognizing like, and it has to do with that expectation aspect. Remember what we were talking about earlier about working through disappointment, right? Like often when energy is saying to us like, you're letting me down, it means that another person isn't watching what we're like, watching who we're becoming. When it's like, when someone is not interested in seeing how we flourish, the song we will hear is "You're letting me down," right? And I keep on seeing that in some way, shape, or form, you've recognized that you had to let go of that narrative. You just recognized that there was something about that in itself that you need, like that's not something that you had to fix within yourself. They're saying that that's something that you recognize that you needed to heal from. And so I just keep on seeing that a lot of the work of this year is, and it feels like I just keep on seeing, I almost see you like, it's interesting. You know, I need to point this out. Everybody else, I see as like very focused on like a manifestation goal, but I literally see you in a modality of being like, I'm just looking for someone to hang out with. Like, I'm just looking for someone. But here's the thing, and I have to point this out, like the fact that I see you in some modality of being like, I'm just looking for someone to hang out with, almost is like they're saying like that is your gift to yourself, because they're saying that you've worked to cultivate a life where you don't necessarily feel that you need someone. I keep on hearing you say it'd be nice. It'd be nice. Like that's actually what I keep on hearing about. There's something about the looseness that you're holding on to a manifestation goal with, in articulating and saying to another, it would be nice. That is the fact that almost says like you've kind like I keep on hearing you know you've arrived into a manifestation when you're saying it would be nice, because it's not something that you feel like you need. It's something that you feel would just amplify what you already have. So they're saying that there's something about that that allows you to kind of build like relationships in a way that I keep on hearing like open, I keep on hearing an open palm relationship that, you know, it's not based on what you get from one another, but it almost feels like it's based on what you like. I keep on hearing I just like hanging, I just love hanging out with you. You know what I mean? Like it's like you get, I keep on hearing it's like a you get it relationship, which is the energy that like feels like a breath of fresh air, because I see you saying like I, it doesn't matter what we do. I just genuinely like hanging out with you kind of thing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like that's the thing about it. Like I keep on hearing there's like it's giving me like I just see the fact like you've been working on like I want you to say like this is the gift that you've given yourself. I feel like you've recognized like, you know, you're working on the aspect of I keep on seeing like I keep on hearing like you're working on the aspect of surrender, because you're letting go of, you're letting go of demands outside the self that feel um that feel absurd. Like I see like almost being like that feel absurd. You know what I mean? Like I do see the fact that it feels like a lot of energy is falling away from you, but it like I feel like a lot of the energy that's falling away from you is like energy making like unreasonable requests and saying like I'm just not going to do that. You know what I mean? Like, like that's again like protect like making peace is often making peace between what another person asks of us versus what we ask of ourselves. And so I just keep on seeing that there's something about the fact that, I keep on seeing you kind of operating in a space of saying like, you know, you're not like if you I keep on seeing you being like, if I feel like one of the hardest things that you're working through is remembering that you're not an energetic burden. And I feel like the irony of it is energy that was depending on you in some way, shape, or form was trying to make it feel like you were. And that's why I keep on seeing like there's a lot of like I feel like the thing that's hard about this cycle is it helps you recognize, just like as soon as you're coming into partnership like that, it's helping you recognize through another how you never were a burden, right? But it was I keep on hearing, but it was often convenient to make you feel like you were, right? To move you into a direction of moving closer to what another person aspired for you. So I want you to, I think that there's a lot of like, it's beautiful because it says to me, like, this is going to be a year of heart healing for you. So thank you so much. And I'm wishing you so many birthday blessings. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for a reading tomorrow if you'd like to get on the list. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Thank you. Woo! Yeah, remember, like work through those abandonment wounds right now. Like that's the biggest thing. Like it feels to me like there's something about you moving towards your bliss that triggers the abandonment wounds coming up. But just observe them, don't react to them. All right, next person we're reading for today is Georgia. Georgia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Georgia, thank you for letting me know that you sent it via that source. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 74.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. And once we get to the conclusion of today's personal readings, I will be doing one-card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, you just need to hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen, and I'll be adding you, and you'll be able to have a one-card reading today. All right, just reading over some of the comments that came through. Dada, thank you as always for sharing the live. Deeply appreciate when you guys share the live. My face is, there's just a lot of people there. Grand Rising, Estevan. And thank you for sending that subscription to V. Bridget, thank you so much, dear. Blessings to you. If your teacher says get it together, come on. Sending you support, Gugu. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Well, I think the question is, what is the teacher trying to teach you? Like that is like a lot of the message that's coming through in Bridget's reading, if that makes sense. Yes, I'm definitely in my 0S given era. I love this for you. And thank you, Dada. Hi there, Gerardo. How are you doing? I'm definitely in a state of caring. Sending you support there as well, Gugu. Same, probably should give more. That's my current vibe. I'd like a partner, but I don't need one. I love that creative. Tap to claim. I'm having fun with just being me, but it would be nice. Tap to claim. I love that. Go through the fire to see your gold. Love it. You're so welcome, Bridget. And thank you for the cake. You're giving me cake. It's your birthday. Happy, exactly. Bon compleanno, dear. All right, we're reading for Georgia now. I said 50K. Oh, I meant 100K. I'm used to 50. When we get to 100K, thank you for helping, Fig. All right. And thank you guys. Everyone gets, and again, if you become a subscriber today, you should also have access to our subscriber only Discord channel. So feel free to go over there and introduce yourself to the collective. I'm going to pull up George's question now. All right. And just a reminder, if you missed the daily collective, it'll be up on later today on the place where we keep the videos, also on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Substack. Okay, we've got it. Georgia, would you like me to read this out loud, or would you prefer I keep it private? Just let me know. Private, okay. Okay, so we are doing a love reading. Can I please get 3 cards, please? 3 cards. Thank you. Well, I feel like this person is like finding themselves. I keep on hearing someone say, like, I'm on a journey, you know? You know, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about what I'm reading as it relates to like someone energetically. I feel like I almost see a situation where someone said something hyperbolically. But this is why we don't like this. I need to point this out. This is like why we don't like when we are healing, we stop talking. in hyperbole, because hyperbole is traumatizing. Hyperbole is really painful, right? Because when we speak hyperbolically, all it tells another person is you can't trust that I ever say something that I actually mean, and I keep on seeing, I've got a guide around them that says it shouldn't be a counterpart's responsibility to try to figure out what you say from a place of honesty versus something you say in a fit of, I keep on in like a fit of anger or in a moment of frustration. I keep on hearing words have meaning, right? We mean what we say what we mean, and we mean what we say, and we don't say things to get our way. And I keep on seeing some kind of situation where someone did that. They said something, um, like expecting expecting some kind of reaction from you, and like it's giving me some kind of energy of someone who you know I keep on hearing someone say, I really regret what I said. I shouldn't have said that. But and I think that this is a thing that's important about it is I kind of see someone who is I almost see someone that's going through some kind of feeling of desperation or home like hopelessness, but it almost feels like it feels very it almost feels like someone nursing wounds, because it seems very clear that there's like this is something that could be fixed, but they have to take accountability for it. Did you catch this energy in a lie? It almost feels like something like that, you know it feels like somebody who's their gift of gab. Like, this is you know you don't just say things. Like, that's the thing about it. It what you say, you don't just say things to make things. You don't grease the wheels. I keep on hearing, you don't grease the wheels with words. You don't just say anything to get what you want, because that's there's a word for that. I can hear them saying, well, it was just easier to say that. That's called manipulation. I'm literally, I'm talking to their energy, and they're going, well, it was just easier. I'm like, it's not easier. When you grease the wheels with words, right? When you grease the wheels with words, there's a word for that. You can't and they're even, I have to point out, their energy is even trying to disambiguate from saying it. They're saying to me, I was greasing the wheels with words, and I'm like, yeah, I have to read into you and say that that's manipulation. Like, I'm annoyed. Like, that's why I'm making the face. I'm making the face because I'm like, I know what that means. You have to see it, but I know it was easier. It's easier to say things yeah, we don't do that. We don't do things because we don't do things to make things easier. We say what we mean, and we mean what we say, and we don't say things to get our way. And so I feel like this is a situation where someone misses you, right? And they feel foolish, feels like you caught them in a lie. But I also see the fact that it feels almost like somebody, all right, I'm going to tell you what I'm seeing here. Somebody put themselves, oh no, somebody put themselves in, what's the word, double jeopardy. Somebody put themselves in double jeopardy, because the only way that they can come towards you and tell you and fix something is telling you that they were lying about something. And so it's which they argued with you about and made you feel like you weren't right about it. And that's why they're hoping you'll just let it slide and forget about it, because they don't want to tell you, they don't want to say to you, you were right about that. I wasn't being honest about it the entire time. Oh my goodness. This is why, yeah, they're, I feel like they're really hoping that you'll miss them enough that you can just like sweep it, like, let's just, I keep on, they keep going, "Well, can we just forget about it? Can we just act like it never happened?" I feel like I would not be surprised if this energy tries to reach out, but I feel like they're trying to put enough time away from something, hoping that you'll just be so excited to see them again, you'll let it slide. I'm going to tell you right now, whatever it is, wherever you left it, remember, time does not erase things. That's a bookmark. It's not a chalkboard. Okay. Time is not, time is a bookmark. It's not a chalkboard. Okay. They got it. They got to answer the question. They got to answer the question. Okay. And if they come back, they're going to come back. Are you ready to talk about it? They're going to, like, they're going to, because I feel like they're going to come back, but they're going to see it. They're going to see, they're going to try to see if they can put enough time in something that you can just, can we just let that, that's in the past. Why can't you let the past go? If you can't, if okay, you, if this energy comes back and you ask the question and they say, why can't you let the past go? Because they didn't let the past go. Okay, if you asked a question and they didn't answer it, okay, don't let them, I keep on hearing, don't let them spin it. That's not you not letting the past go. That's how, that you're saying, why are you trying to make me forget the past? If they say to you, because this is going to happen, why can't you let the past go? You say, why are you trying to make me forget the past? Okay. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Georgia. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Also, we're at 75K likes. I thought we were 78 before. When we get to 100K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. The next person on the list for today is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Everyone gets cake on my birthday. Thank you, Bridge. I appreciate you. You're the best. Oh, that's beautiful, Fig. All right. It looks like I hear someone trying, like, let me explain. They're going, let me explain. I'm like, you're using a lot of words. Like, you're explaining. It's not a lack of explaining. It's too much explain. Like, yeah, he did say something hurtful last week. No contact at the moment. But it feels to me like, I need to point out, if this is a situation where you asked a question they didn't want to answer and instead they said something hurtful, they're like, that's a flashbang. Like, recognize if did they, I keep on hearing, did they ever answer the question? Thank you. They need to take accountability. Tap to claim, Figs. Yay. I know. I love the stickers. Thank you, V. Um, I mean, like, again, like, it's like, I keep on seeing, like, this is what I mean about somebody in double jeopardy right now. Like, I mean, there's definitely a desire to come back. I definitely, like, I will tell you, this is what I'm saying. I see someone that has every intention of coming back, but I keep on seeing them saying to me, they're waiting for the smoke to blow over. So that's why I keep on saying, whatever you are talking about, that is not a chalkboard erase moment. It's a bookmark. Hi there, Jessa. The list is closed right now, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, I'm happy to read for you. They're gonna I mean, again, it's not about, like, I keep on seeing, it's like the energy is gonna reach out, but I'm saying again, remember what I said. It's like it's giving me a little bit of miss me yet. You can absolutely send on Discord, Alexandria. Oh, yeah. No, again, that's what I mean. No, no, I again, thank you for confirming everything I was reading on. Again, remember, like, notice if someone was trying to create an argument to avoid a conversation, is what I keep hearing. You're welcome, dear. Hi there, Purr. All right. All right, just let me know, Alexander, when it's up on Discord. All right, one moment, please. All right, I think I got it here. All right. All right, we're reading now for Alexandra. Yep, I've got it, dear. Do you want me to keep this information private, or are you okay with me sharing it with the collective? Just let me know. You're okay with it? Okay, so I'm okay with, okay, okay reading it. Okay. I did I don't know what kind of session that is. I did some kind of session today and felt a little disheartened. Oh, okay. I thought by doing hypnosis that that is supposedly deeper. I would be able to replicate the experience I once had with my sister, where I didn't actively create the experience and was emotionally profound. I'm not sure if it's my expectations or if what I'm seeking is being sought after in the right place. Oh, a guide. Okay. Side note, in hypnosis, it's guided, but in the experience I referred to, I was led only by music and energy. Okay, cool. I got it. Thank you. All right, cool. So um, it sounds to me, if I'm understanding correctly, it sounds to me like you're trying to find a specific a specific frequency or flow state. Is that correct? And if so, I can try to get to the bottom as to why it's not working. I'm ready for the tea. I know. A specific experience. When you say a specific experience, I'm imagining it's like you're trying to like move into a flow state or a vibe, is what it sounds to me. Letting it flow. Yep, 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 yep. Creating. Yep, yep. You're looking for flow state. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Can I please get, yep, 4 cards? Why isn't the flow state working? Got it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. 4 cards, please. I'm sorry. You've got a funny guide. I'm just, all right. Hold on a minute. um, okay. You're gonna hate. You're gonna hate this. You're gonna hate this. You're gonna hate this. I'm gonna. Okay. How? Um. So it feels to me. Oh my gosh, I don't know who this guide is, but I kind of love them. They're feminine energy. Um. It said they're saying to me, they're like I was giving them a taste. I was giving them a taste. I was giving them. They're going. I was giving them a taste of what they could achieve with a lot of practice. It's awful. And I'm literally saying back to them, I'm like, you sound like a dealer. I'm like, and they're like, but it works. They're going, but I'm like, I'm literally looking at your guide. I'm like, you sound like a dealer right now. So they were saying, like, but I mean, like, and they're like, yeah, that's fine. Because I mean, a guide, like they're saying, like a good guide, I need to point this out. What is a good guide there to do? It's to help us practice. It's to help us practice. And so And so it's saying to me that, um, you know, and it's interesting too, because they're saying your name is very fitting because they're like, yeah, I gave you that. They're going, the guide's going, yeah, I gave you that experience to alter you, right? You're trying to get it back, aren't you? They're going, you're trying to get it back, aren't you? They're going, they're going, that was nice, wasn't it? I'm sorry I'm laughing so much. I like this guy. But it feels like but like, and that's, but they're not doing, I need to point this out. They're not doing it. They're not doing it in a they're not doing it in a negative way, but they're and it's on, and it's actually beautiful because they're saying to me, they're trying to help you understand the difference between inspiration and guided practice, right? Because inspiration is something that happens like once in a million years, right? Like it's I keep on hearing it's a confluence. They go, inspiration's a confluence, right? Like a confluence of moments that create an inspired experience, right? So there are moments in life that we have, like there are moments in life that the guides give us a confluence of experience of moments that lead us into a profound experience. Practice is how we climb the stairs back to it. Practice is how we climb the stairs back to it, right? The practice is not necessarily working towards chasing a feeling, but understanding that something is possible and then working in a way of trying to cultivate an ability to connect energetically towards it. And so it's saying to me that there was something about that moment that was actually a visitation, right? It's saying to me that there was that moment that you felt very deeply connected with your higher self, right? So is that moment that was like, what I mean? Like, but they're saying that it was a gift. They're saying that that was like a gift that they were providing you to say to you, this exists, right? And they're saying that it's not something that they're saying, like, remember that often um, a gift is not something that is demanded, right? It's something that we try to welcome in, right? So when we think about the I keep on hearing that gift of being able to come forward. They're saying think about that, like, again, it's and again, and this is why they're saying that it was a good guide. That's why I'm saying to them, I'm like, they're like, yeah, it did its work. Are you are you trying to move back towards that? Are you trying to identify and recognize what you might change within the self that could bring you closer to that energetic force of the higher self? Like that's the energy saying. Like now it's like that was like they said to me, they're like it was a moment of visitation with the higher self so that you could find it, right? So that way you can understand the assignment, right? So they're saying that there was something about that. So they're saying don't get mad at yourself if it's not like I keep on they're going, it's ineffable. And the thing with something that is ineffable is it's we and this is what we talk about in any, I keep on hearing this is what we talk about in any form of guided practice, right? Some days it sucks. Some days it's there. Like some days it sucks. Some days it's there. Some days you don't want to do it. But some days, the days that it works are the days that it works, and it makes up for all the days that it doesn't, right? It is building into the space. And I keep on hearing they're like the guide is saying to me, they're saying live up to your namesake. Your namesake has the word altar in it. So they're saying you got to show up. You got to show up. Right? They're saying consider the pathwork of showing up to allow the opportunity for that to potentially occur again, is what I keep seeing. And they're saying allow that, like allow that work to help refine and articulate and build upon your personal practice. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, again, and they're saying, don't lose hope. They're saying if it happened once, it can happen again. Right? They're saying it's going, they're like nothing, they're saying they're also helping you learn, they're helping you learn energetic surrender, right? Which is energetic surrender. What is energetic surrender? You don't do something with the outcome. You do it because it feels good, right? You do it because it feels good is good. And then if I keep on saying, if you arrive into that space that feels like a flow space, well, that's extra credit. I keep on hearing, they're going, think of it. They're saying, think of it as extra credit, right? They're saying, think about the practice as the ability to articulate and like define that for yourself. And then if it arrives, think of it as extra credit, right? And they're saying that way you're not, because they're saying again, the problem with things that are ineffable, the problem with things that are ineffable is the more you try to grab them, like what happened. The more you try to grab them, it's like nope, it's not about holding tight. It's about energetically letting go. So thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alexandra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages. And they're saying to me, like, they're saying, I'll see you again sometime, right? Like they're saying to me, like they're like it's like they're like, it's don't lose hope is what I'm getting, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alexandra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. No, list is closed. Sorry, list is closed. But if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can get on the list for tomorrow, and I'll be happy to pull cards, and I'll be happy to add you to the list for tomorrow. The next person, and we are going to do subscriber readings today. We've got one more reading today before we move into subscriber readings. Next person we are reading for today is, we've got Fig. Fig, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments as I was reading. All right. I'm not a wizard of words, Bridget. I just read way too much as a child. All right, hold on a minute. Just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yep, it's about, yep, and thank you. Hi there, Prayer. Good to see you. Absolutely. Yep, letting it flow. Yep. Bella, was your comment filler? Bella, I'm Bella. I'm happy to read. I'm happy to read for you. But I'm afraid the list is closed right now. So if you'd like a card pulled, you can just hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen. Or if you'd like to get on the list, you'll be on the list to be read for tomorrow. All right. And good to see you, Ruby. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Yes, I'm cracking up. I loved it. Like yeah, I get it. No, you're in a flow state. And it feels like there was a guide that was helping you to get there. And now they're like, they're trying to get back in G. Yes, it did inspire me. Maybe you realize I wanted to work with a space like it. There you go. I love it. I love so much vocabulary. I was just thinking that was on point with the name Alter. My last name means confluence. So, oh, there you go. Funny you said it too. Yeah. They're saying, it's an altar. Why is it, the thing that the guide was saying, they're saying the reason it's an altar is because you show up to it. They're saying you show up to it. I love that. Thank you, dear, for having that reading with me. And thank you for being a subscriber. No, it's a beautiful guide. I read a lot too, but the big words were just like blah, blah, blah for me. Okay. I'm okay with that, Bridget. I crave knowledge. Okay. We're doing Fig. How are you doing here? General. Okay. Oh, about daughter? Got it. All right. Can I please have 3 cards? Um, so I mean, this is I just see a situation or circumstance where um I see someone that is working through a space right now that um it feels like a lot of overwhelm is what I'm recognizing here. You know, like there's a I keep on hearing someone saying it's hard to figure out what's going on. Um and there's a lot often when I feel energy that's saying it's hard to figure out what's going on, it can often be articulating upon someone who's got a lot of energetic sensitivity is what I'm seeing. Um, and there's like I kind of see some kind of situation here that is it's really difficult because I see someone like I keep on hearing them say, I get it, I understand. You know what I mean? Like the one thing I'm seeing here, it's interesting, is I keep on hearing someone say, like, like I feel like I keep on hearing someone saying something like, I get it. I don't like it's like they like I feel like there's some kind of desire to help someone understand what's going on. And they're saying to me spiritually, energetically, they understand perfectly. They understand perfectly. They have, the only thing like they don't know what's going on because they know, but I keep on hearing them say they don't know what's going on, but they also know because it doesn't make sense, is what I keep on hearing. It doesn't make sense. Like that's why they're getting upset because they're like, it doesn't make any sense because um like they understand. Like they understand um like I keep on hearing they understand that all I keep on hearing all they understand is that they know that you care about them. And so that's why something doesn't make any energetic sense. Like I literally see someone trying to navigate something that just it's like trauma's occurring because it's so confusing. But the one thing I keep on seeing is that they keep on saying they know that you're not the source of the energetic trauma. I just see someone who knows um, knows your reliability or knows something in relationality to like just like the desire to try to make something okay, and I feel like there's almost like an energy here that feels like like they're almost saying to me, i've got every I've got every point of confidence that this energy is going to make it okay. Like because I feel like every time I see this energy reading for you, they're going, no, that's what they do. They make things okay. And then they like that because they're saying to me that like whenever they're around you, um, they know things are going to be okay. Um, I want to give you some bottom of the deck information to keep in mind. Um, there's Here's the thing, here's the thing about it that I need to point out. Like, we always think that, like, if this is a younger energy or something, it's like I keep on hearing guides say you can't pull the wool over the eyes. I keep on hearing you can't pull the wool over the eyes of new energy. They see into the heart of things faster than you believe, you know? Like, that's the thing that's wild is, like, everybody always and young energy can tell when energy is trying to pull wool over their eyes. It's incredible. You know what I mean? And I keep on seeing that there's something around that here, which is like, that's why I see someone walking around confused, being like, none of this makes sense. Because, like, I just keep on seeing the fact is that, like, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of, I keep on hearing, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a child because the eyes of a child have the eyes of divinity, is actually what I'm hearing. You can't pull the wool over the eyes of a child because the eyes of a child have the eyes of divinity. They see energy. They know what's going on beyond what another person tells them. And this is often why trauma occurs because trauma occurs when someone tries to tell a child something and the child's just like reading the energy and being like, that doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Like that literally doesn't make any sense. And so I keep on hearing like there's something about that that's coming through in terms of someone saying like that's why I keep on seeing like it's like so like I keep on seeing like I just see them shaking your head being like I see them being like don't worry. Like I hear someone saying it doesn't change anything between us. Is what I keep hearing. Um, Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open, is closed. But if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can get on the list for tomorrow. It's 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things they do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. We are going to get started on 1 card readings for today. And Kathleen, you have an additional card coming towards you in your subscriber reading. So thank you so much for that. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. Yeah, it doesn't have been. Hold on a minute. Dad hasn't been apart for a reason I don't see him doing this too. Makes sense. Yes, thank goodness. Raw energy, thank you. Going to be 9. Congratulations on that. They do. I'm open and honest to her understanding. Sending you so much support on that, dear. Trauma was on the father's part. I'm sending you so much support, dear. And thank you for having that reading with me. I keep on hearing too that someday this will be a memory, you know? So focus on that as well. All right. As I mentioned, we're doing 1 card readings right now for subscribers. Kath, you've got 2 cards coming towards you right now for the thank you for the gifts. And if there's any subscribers who would like a 1 card reading, go ahead and put your question in the comments. Happy to pull cards for you. All right. 1 card for creative, spirit led, please. I keep on hearing it's not your response. Remember, it's not your responsibility to fix everything. You can try to move something in the direction that you want it to be in, but ultimately, and it's another person's choice as to whether they can heal something. You know, like they're saying, it's not requiring you to have to bend over backwards. It's like I keep on hearing a gesture, like you know, like like it's saying to me, like yeah, like bottom of the deck. I already got this. Yeah, like make sure someone's being reasonable in relationality to what they want from you, especially if there's something about fixing things. You know, I keep on hearing fixing things shouldn't require us to change who we are fundamentally, right? It should be mutual. I keep on hearing mutually agreed upon work. All right, Chrissy, 1 card regarding the connection, please. Um, I see someone I see someone focusing or thinking about how to heal something, like identifying something that they need to work on. Bottom of the deck, particularly as it relates to relationships. Like I see someone trying to look at something and potentially building upon some pattern recognition that they're seeing in like relationships, you know? Like sometimes like I keep on pointing out like there's always that profound moment that something gets unlocked when someone says to themselves, this keeps happening. Why does this always happen? Right? Like they're so close. They're guys like they're so close. Just look. Haley, one card, please, for Haley. Two cards coming out, Haley. Um, this is beautiful. I think you're recognizing and identifying that um, I keep on hearing energy that wants the same things as you do will joyfully talk about the manifestation, right? It won't create a space where you're afraid to say it, you know? It's like it's saying to me like it's like a healthy manifestation feels like a relationship of celebration because you can talk about the future without it causing a problem. A relationship that can't tolerate the conversation about the future is built on faulty foundations because it's only operating in the space of now. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Haley. One card for Nikki. What do you need to know for today? Highest priority messages from Spirit for Nikki. Go for it. Like this is giving me like today's like a yes day. Just like put the energy in the direction that you hope it to go in. I keep on hearing um hope for the best and like let the universe do the rest. But that's saying don't rest in that. They're saying like push something like even saying gentle nudges in the right direction is what I keep getting. Yeah, be kind to yourself. It's not about being perfect. It's about recognizing what we're working on. Incremental progress is the best progress. Oh, it's okay. I'll get Kath can have her card when she comes back. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments, Bella. V, may I have a card on how to move forward after a conflict in friendship? Absolutely, dear. One card, please. Take accountability. It's very much the same message that we just saw. It's our job is not to be perfect for each other. Our job is to be self-aware and recognizing what it is we can change and where we're trying to put the work in. Bottom of the deck. And we also, like, again, I need to point out something that we're working on changing. We offer apologies with zero expectations, right? We don't say it saying that the apology is conditional on something coming back to us, but saying, I want you to know that I recognize that this is something I need to work on, you know? And what someone chooses to do with that, like that's that is always the gift that we give them. Have a good day, Dada. I hope you have a beautiful one. Thank you for all those shares, dear. Aquarius, how you doing there, Hardy? Happy to pull cards for healing. I'm still interested. I hope you find that energetic connection, Hardy. One card for Bridget. Oh, and the baby owl in your dream last night. Whoa. Don't be afraid. It's saying to me, it says to me, it feels to me like you're going through some kind of process of transformation. Like I feel like they're saying to me, it's it's very much like I was seeing in some of the work, like you've completed an energetic cycle and you're beginning a new one. So embrace those changes, you know? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with these Page of Pentacles and it's revert and like this card wants to say in the bottom of the deck today, incremental progress, right? Healthy change does not require drastic alterations. It's saying to me little steps in the right direction get you very far. And I feel like you're recognizing and working on that right now. Like that's why they're saying Like, it's interesting too, because like I feel like the owl's coming up to say, who are you now? You know, like it's helping you work to define that. Ava, one card, message from divine counterpart. I see someone struggling to release themselves from regret from the past. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like I see someone very mournful on things that they wish they could take back. But I also see like this is allowing, like there's a lot of this context of change, or a lot of this adaptability, or a lot of this recognition of trying to identify and do something differently. Like, I keep on hearing them say, I'm not defined by a past if I'm actively working on trying to change it. Thank you so much, Ava. Estevan, one card spirit led for Estevan, please. Highest party messages from spirit. Um, I want you working on, I want you working on manifesting. I want you writing down what the ideal relationship counterpart for you is. But I don't want you attaching a person to it, right? Don't like, I want you to identify what that would look like and feel like. But they're saying don't attach it to a person. I want you to say the rest of the universe, say, this is who they are. Surprise me with the rest. Like focus on the priorities, right? Yeah. This is gonna help you. It's gonna help you define what was missing. I keep on hearing it's gonna help you define what was missing in relationality to someone that may have looked like the energetic ideal, but didn't feel like it, right? This is how we heal. Thank you, Estevan. Douglas, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. It's okay, creative. All right. And just reading back over. Did I pull a card for you, creative? Hold on a minute. And Nix, thank you for the follow. Hold on a minute. 1 minute, creative. 1 minute. I'm just looking at my spots. And thank you. Creative. I can't recall the card I pulled for you, which means I have to pull it again. Hold on. One card for creative. Don't be hard on yourself right now. It's the same thing. Every time I read for you right now, they're saying, don't overpromise. Leave. I keep on saying, leaving someone wanting more is a gift right now in something that you're doing, right? It's not about saying no. It's saying this is what I can do instead, right? Like building some kind of point of expectation is what I hear. Bottom of the deck, yeah. Work through another person's demands and say, well, this is like, again, don't say no. Say this is what I can do instead, right? They're saying like, build upon demand. Don't feel like you're overwhelmed by it. You're welcome, Chrissy. And Nix, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, Haley. Hardy, thank you for subscribing, dear. Hi, Nikki. Thank you. I needed to hear that going to my office. I hope you have a beautiful day, Nikki. You're welcome, V. One card on the connection for Alexandra. I mean, it's interesting because it's saying to me that, I keep on hearing the same message in relationality, the connection, which is um, like inspirational moments define what we try. Like, this is what, like, I keep on seeing, like, you know, it's interesting too, because they're saying, think about it in the context of a miracle, which is saying that there's something incredible that happened that changes us. And then we work towards it again, right? It's like, it's something that like you hold energetically sacred because it doesn't happen at every moment. But the ability to recognize that it's there itself, that such a thing is possible, is a gift. That's why I keep on hearing them say, think of it as extra credit, right? Bottom of the deck. Yep. It's like, because they keep on giving me a message. The more you try to hold on to it, the less it's there, right? Like when you try to, when you try to hold on to something, that's a hard thing. You can't grab a flow state. Like you can't, when you're like, oh, it's like, oh, like like, again, they're saying like the ability to move towards something that is, like, it's interesting too, because there's a lot of that, like there's a lot of those conversations that I'm seeing, which is, in relationality to, and it has to do again with your name, with altar, which is like, what does one try to do with an altar? You try to grab an altar, you can't grab an altar. You kneel before it. You honor the fact that you allow for the space of change to be possible. And the more that you're able to kind of surrender into that, the more that opens up to you. It's a really beautiful message. I like the guide around you. I know I saw. Thank you. And Hardy, if you'd like to ask a question, dear, I'm happy to pull a card for you. And thank you for becoming a subscriber. As an Aries, I feel like I have to go big or go home. I mean, like, yeah, that's the thing with Aries, right? Like Aries are like, what are we doing? Like, no half measures. I love that there's an owl that lived by your house, Cody, and thank you for the follow. I love the fledgling energy theme. I feel like a lot of us are experiencing that regarding baby steps. Yeah. I mean, it has to do with the chariot energy, because chariot energy is fledgling energy. Got to take little steps. Absolutely. I love owls. I know they're beautiful, aren't they? You're welcome, Ava. And Maggie, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Esteban. Oh, thank you. You're really kind. And thank you for being here. And thank you for being a part of this collective, Esteban. I appreciate you. Minnie, a card pull on relationship, please. A healthy relationship can handle a hard conversation. Everything you need to know about the health of relationship is how it navigates a hard conversation. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. And if someone keeps disappearing the minute you try to have a hard conversation, remember that's a condition of the relationship, right? It's not it's it's giving me like, remember, like if someone's in that space of saying like, it's like it's like and I keep on hearing the difference between someone says I need a minute to get in a better headspace is about the difference between someone saying I'm not in the right place to talk about this now, versus someone saying I refuse to talk about it. Those are different things. Thank you as well, Maggie. Yes, it was spirit led. Thank you, creative. You're welcome, Fig. Thank you for being here. Have a great day. You're so welcome, Danae. And thank you as well, Deloon. Thank you for the follow. I love how both the readings are tied into it. A good reminder. You're so welcome. All right, friends, final call for any of my subscribers who would like a card pulled. Just a reminder, if you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos and the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. We'll be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can go over to my profile, hit that bell, turn on notifications, and sign up for my events. I'm also going to, if you missed yesterday's class, it is now available to paid subscribers to my Substack. And if you just became a subscriber today, welcome. I want to thank you for joining the collective. And if you please head over to our Discord channel, introduce yourself to the collective, because there you'll find a special coupon code that will also give you an additional discount to that Substack subscription. Hardy, I see your question, dear. One moment. Please, guided by healing, I want to be within hope my part. Hardy, I'm happy to pull a card for you. I just need to understand what you're asking, dear. Are you asking for a spirit-led card in terms of finding divine counterpart? Thank you, Per. Good to see you. I hope you have a beautiful day, dear. Thank you as well, Addie. Okay. Can I get one card, please, for Hardy? Guidance in terms of finding divine counterpart. Don't focus on what they look like, focus on what it feels like. And I'm going to kind of say the same thing to a certain extent. I want you identifying and recognizing, um, you know, working on this space of the more that you're able to, I keep on seeing, every time I read for you, I keep on seeing, make sure that you're not mistaking one energy for another. That it's not about what another person feels like. It's not about what a person looks like. It's about what they feel like. So I want you like focusing on those manifestation goals of counterpart in relationality to expecting the possibility that maybe you have not met them yet. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I want you to build your manifestation goal right now on the perspective that potentially you haven't met the counterpart. But that's why I keep on saying focusing on what that looks like instead of looking too much to the past is going to help orient you right now as you continue forward. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your afternoon with us. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And again, thank you for joining us today. Hopefully, we'll see you over on the Discord. Thank you so much to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone, and take care.